And so it begins. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Wasteful Wednesday. I'm David Sponheim, and we are now beginning the process of assimilating the news and grabbing links from all over the world and sharing interactively with chatters who can get in here. We know a lot of people are watching the show and can't actually get into the show. We're going to try to remedy that. We're working on a guest chat solution where you don't have to sign in with an email. That would be nice. Robert Mueller's statement at the press conference today is very telling. He says, if it were clear President committed no crime, we would have said so. So apparently Mueller is aligned with the belief that Trump did commit crimes. And he didn't in any way get represented when William Barr said that Mueller is okay with claiming there's no obstruction. Well, William Barr wrote a letter claiming that there was no obstruction before the investigation even started, which means William Barr should have recused himself, like Jeff Sessions did, on the Russian involvement. Another example of the ineptitude in the Republican Party and how Trump is running an obstruction campaign. When he says no collusion, no obstruction, he really means total collusion and total obstruction. And now he's threatening to not work a deal with Pelosi and Schumer on the budget or the infrastructure plan, claiming that if they continue investigating him, he's not going to talk at all. So he's holding our country's budget, hijacking our country's budget over this issue, which is a clear example of obstruction. And we understand from the Mueller report, 448 pages that were unredacted, or rather redacted. We found out that Trump's people had met with Russia for 127 times before the election. Very, very serious case of collusion. No way we can just forget about it. So this is going forward, and I wouldn't doubt impeachment is in the works at the House. They just have to get their act together. The problem with the House is it's being run by a woman who's kind of ready for a retirement home. And the younger people are so leftist, it's ridiculous. They've been all indoctrinated into the Marxist thinking in the colleges. I mean, look at Beto O'Rourke, former hacker, wrote a story about wanting to murder children. Now he's representing the impeachment movement. I mean, there's got to be some credible people in the Democratic Party. I know Justin Amash, the first Republican to step out saying he wants impeachment, is really, really getting a hero's welcome in his hometown, which is very interesting. Republicans are seemingly unaware of the growing number of people that want impeachment. They have to realize they better go with a program and move away from Trump, because Trump is guiding us toward a disastrous economy where we will be at odds with China in every way. Now China is threatening to pull rare earth elements from their export list. Now they control over 90% of the rare earth elements that we use in our smartphones and our laptops and the military uses. This is a very, very strategic area that America has fallen behind on. I was the first to talk about this about, 8 years ago? I think in 2010 I brought it up in our show. How rare earth elements are seriously important. They should be developed here in America. We lost control of them. So this is a big move China is making against Trump and the trade war that he's pushing. Trump could get out of this whole thing very simply. It would take no problem. All he'd have to do is say that he's not going to pursue a case against Meng, the CFO of Huawei, China's largest telecommunication giant. Instead of accusing them of all these things and claiming they're spying on the world, just drop the charges against Meng. We can still fight for internet transparency, and Huawei can work with the U.S. telecommunications providers to provide guarantees and safeguards for privacy. But Trump doesn't see it that way. He just wants this my way or the highway, and he's trying to use this leverage against China. Well, they don't like being pressured into a deal, and Trump thinks that's the only way to make deals. So in this particular case, we need a soft sell, not a hard sell salesman. Trump is a hard sell. He's not a soft sell. He tries to push people to their edge and then somehow thinks he's winning. Psycho Behavior said it took 45 minutes for him to get into the show because of the Vaughn censorship. I do not disbelieve you. I believe you. Yeah, the bypass that Mark has put in place says that people have to get VIP to get into the show, which is ridiculous. All they have to do is keep hitting refresh every few seconds for about 150 times, and you should be able to get in. That is what is going on. Mark is getting paid to censor me and has for some time, and I understand he's made a lot of money. How much? One person put it at $900 million. Now, in the same time period, I've made not one penny. That shows you where I'm coming from and where Mark is coming from, if indeed he is making money like that. Now, we're also seeing some positive changes at iVlog. Hopefully more people will sign up, even if they are guests using email, but we're still working on different options. There is a serious situation with Julian Assange. He is gravely ill. Now, I'm on record saying that I don't think he's alive and hasn't been alive for a long time. We have evidence that he's been completely CGI'd in every single photograph he's ever been in. Every single time he's ever been in front of a camera over the past 7 years, there's only been one camera, which is exactly what CGI relies on. If there's multiple camera shots, you can't alter the image. They've never had more than one camera on him, which is very seriously messed up. That's why we think maybe they're faking his death now. Yeah. Julian Assange's Swedish lawyer Per Samuelsson has told the press that Assange's health situation on Friday was such that it was not possible for him to conduct a normal conversation with him. This jarring revelation has been reported by a small handful of outlets, but only as an aside in relation to Sweden's refusing Samuelsson's request for a postponement of a scheduled hearing regarding Assange's detention and absentia for a preliminary investigation of rape allegations. Wow, that's like a major sentence to talk about two Swedish girls who claim he raped them. Whatever. Bottom line is he's so ill he can't stand up. I don't believe Julian Assange is still alive. I believe he was taken out of the equation a long time ago. Okay, we've got a problem over at Periscope. Yeah, I was inattentive to what was happening, and I was sorry about that. We normally get our show going early on, but I was so entranced by the news that I couldn't possibly do it. Let's do this again. Okay, we're up and running in just a second. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Here we go, everyone. Thank you. We are now tweeting at Third Party. And if you want to catch our show anytime, we are at Third Party on Twitter. You can watch it from any airport in the world. Should be available, but for some people, they can't get a Twitter account. Apparently, only U.S. people can get Twitter accounts. That's why you rarely see people from other countries going, "Hi, I am single, looking for a new husband in America." At me.com, something like that. A lot of sites. I don't know if you've ever been on various alternative sites, but that's the going thing. There are a lot of people looking to get U.S. citizenship by meeting people online. It happens to the best of us. Okay, the privilege of Donald Trump is being denied on his UK visit. Okay, privileges are being taken away from Trump because of his aberrant behavior. Okay, we'll see what that looks like. The privilege of Donald Trump is being denied. Okay. He's missing out on privileges offered to other heads of state, including his predecessor, Barack Obama, during his visit to the UK. Trump and First Lady Melania arrive on June 3rd for a state visit coming up. The president will attend a banquet at Buckingham Palace, a private tea with Charles. Okay. Lay a wreath at the grave of the unknown warrior in Westminster Abbey and attend events to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the D-Day landings. However, the U.S. president has been denied additional perks attached to a state visit. The president has not been asked to make an address in front of the House of Parliament. He will not participate in a carriage ride to Buckingham Palace, a decision attributed to security concerns. And Mr. Trump won't stay in Buckingham Palace during his 3-day visit due to renovation work. Okay. All right. Whatever. I'm sure he'll do whatever the Queen tells him to do. After all, he is a good puppet of the deep state. Trump is. Bangalitis says, David, I was at the Denver airport recently. It was a ridiculously eerie airport. There's definitely more to that airport than just an innocent airport. Yeah, you're right. There's a situation where there's an underground facility at that airport and one next to it. There's a huge underground facility next to it. So we don't know anything about it. The interesting thing about the Denver airport is that they spent more money on that airport than any other airport. Yet it is completely made out of tents. Denver airport is basically canvas covered with fiberglass. Yeah, it's very easy to make something like this. This is the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, anyone can take a tent and spread it across a large area. Here's BuzzFeed, the 8 things that'll freak you out about Denver airport. An insane amount of money went into building it. Not everyone is sure how it was spent. Exactly. Look at the tents. The tents are so easy. I mean, you could build a tent like that and spray it with fiberglass. It's super simple to build something like this, and it would have a lasting effect. That is not... There's more to the story. It's got to be underground. And there are people that say that there is an underground facility right near there where people sell apartments for $1 million. The runway looks like a swastika. That's a serious fact. Right there, you can see a swastika. You can trace it right here. The airport's dedication stone has imagery from a secret society, right? Some people think there's a mysterious network of underground bunkers beneath the airport, right? There are some super creepy murals that may show the New World Order's takeover plan. That's a creepy one. The mural is titled In Peace and Harmony with Nature and is meant to address the destruction of the environment. Okay, that's nice. And the children of the world dream of peace is supposed to represent the desire to get rid of violence in society. One way to inspire violence is to take away people's rights, and that's exactly what the New World Order is trying to do. The mural is gone. They pulled it down. They now have a thing at the airport that shows a gargoyle, interactive gargoyle. We played this the other day. It was pretty disturbing. The gargoyle is actually interactive at the Denver airport and talks to people. No one knows how this works. It's some sort of like an animation system. But take a look at this.
This is awesome.
Hello. Do I know you?
Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm starving. You got anything for me? Those flowers look delicious.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy.
Oh, it's because of the conspiracy. Look at me. I'm a little know-it-all. Will you get back over here? I got a question about this conspiracy. You know, you can actually put the phone down and have a conversation with me. But no, I'm a millennial. I've got to post it. I've got to...
Okay, if this isn't satanic and creepy, I don't know what is. And the weird thing is it's an audio animation, or it's typically like what they do at Disneyland. They've got some sort of flexible material and robotics connected to somebody's mouth. I think the guy's sitting behind it with a microphone. I don't think it's AI, but that would even be more animatronics, right? That would be more disturbing if in fact it was AI, because look at how interactive it is.
Snap face it and Twitter book it.
You're such a sweet talker.
Will you take me back home with you?
Let's go. I have some space in my backpack.
Actually, I think you have too much baggage for me.
Anyway, I don't want to bother you with that. That's just too weird. Okay, let's get back into the news. The snooze. Israel's going to hold a new election it's a defeat for Netanyahu. Apparently his wife agreed to plead guilty in the catering case. There's a kind of a ridiculous story about how she hired a caterer and then still charged for the caterer, and the caterer decided to actually the chef that they hired for Netanyahu hired the caterer and that was inappropriate. They didn't get clearance to pay for the food that the caterer had. They just paid for the chef. It's got to be the most ridiculous corruption charge I've ever seen. It's up there with Shinzo Abe's corruption charge in Japan, where they claim that he catered to a friend who was a veterinarian to build a building. That somehow he gave him special favors so he'd build a building dedicated to help animals. I mean, how do you get charged with corruption for helping animals? Shinzo Abe had to deal with that last month. Louisiana passes a fetal heartbeat abortion ban, which is one state after another now. We're looking at first Mississippi, now Louisiana. Democratic governor says he will sign it into law. They're passing fetal heartbeat abortion bans. So we're seeing more of some sort, with pro-life taking over, and pro-choice is now becoming is more of a problem for many states. Missouri's only got one abortion clinic and they're shutting it down. So Missouri's shutting down their last Planned Parenthood abortion clinic. We're not sure what's happening, but we do know that the birth rate in America is declining 2% every year. That might have something to do with it. Will you get arrested for traveling with CBD oil? Let's find out. Lifehacker has a story. A lot of people are worried about traveling with their dog's CBD oil that they use for arthritis. Let's see what happens. A woman was recently arrested at Disney World for carrying a prohibited substance, CBD oil, reportedly used to help with her arthritis pain. Despite its legalization across 33 states, traveling with weed is tricky even from one state to another, where both have legalized it recreational and medicinal use. But the lines get a little blurry with CBD oil, which is derived from a chemical component in cannabis and widely touted as a trendy cure-all for hundreds of health problems. Luckily this week, TSA changed its policy on CBD oil in a major way. Wow. Yeah, now explicitly allowing travelers to pack hemp-derived CBD oil and an FDA-approved medical marijuana in a carry-on and check bag for the very first time. Yay, TSA. I never thought I'd be saying that. Alki David got arrested a couple weeks ago, yeah. Possession of plants that he was trying to grow, and he was going to try to, create a grow operation. He paid the fine. I think it was a couple $100,000 bail, and he's out. It's not like that's going to affect him. And I doubt he'll ever go to that island again, so I don't think he'll ever even face prosecution. They're probably slating a trial for him. He'll never go there. I'm sure Alki David just got out of there and said, yeah, I'll pay whatever fee you want. I'm out of here. We know Alki David from Battlecam fame. He started Battlecam, and at one point he actually sent us a $25 donation. We can't take money from foreigners, so we sent it back, and he probably thought I was dissing him. But what kind of a billionaire sends a $25 donation? We just sent it back because we can't take any donations from foreigners. It's pretty funny, though. Okay, the latest. Pelosi says nothing is off the table on Trump. That's good to know. Yeah, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says nothing is off the table, including potential impeachment proceedings against President Donald Trump. Pelosi spoke in California after special counsel Robert Mueller indicated Wednesday that it's up to Congress to decide what to do next with his findings. We knew this all along. He didn't exonerate Trump. Mueller did not, as the president claims. So the president lied when he said Mueller exonerated him. Quite the opposite. Mueller said he was guided by Justice Department's policy against bringing charges against a sitting president. Right. He wasn't planning on bringing charges against him, but when William Barr mischaracterized what Mueller had said in the 448-page report, we now are looking at contempt charges against William Barr. Yeah, I bet. Predictit.org has a way to talk about stock. You know who's going to like that link? Yeah, that's Sarah. Browse markets, make a prediction. It's like a game. That looks like fun. She'll love it. You're putting money on Buttigieg? I wouldn't bet on that guy. The reason is he's gay and he's using religion to defend himself. That's the worst possible person on earth, is a hypocrite using religion to defend himself. He went after, Buttigieg went after Ted Cruz and accused him of all kinds of things like Donald did, but using religion to attack Ted Cruz when he's got a gig up his butt. Yeah. It's known in every religion that it's improper to have sex with the same sex. It's religious dogma that is pushed among religious people. It's a slam against religious people that Buttigieg is using religion in defense of himself. It's ridiculous. Yes, Alki is a billionaire, inherited it from his family. Yeah. Ted Cruz seems kind of gay to you? Well, I'll tell you, I would not call his wife a prostitute like Donald Trump did. That was horrible. I'm still shocked by that behavior of Trump. He just doesn't have any limits, and he thinks everyone else is attacking him, and he's never done anything wrong to anybody. Remember when he called that other female candidate in the Republican Party, "Look at you, nobody's going to vote for you"? I mean, it's like he made fun of how she looked. This guy is unbelievable. You got more from your Longhorn tobacco? Really? Nice. Well, I'm not here to talk about religion in defense of politics. When Buttigieg did that, I thought that was ridiculous. Plus, part of the problem is we're awakening people to the dangers of the New World Order. Now, really, the message in our show, really every night, is the two parties are failing in so many different ways. They're not tackling homelessness. They're not tackling the environment. They're not even coming up with a cohesive foreign policy that would lead to peace. But there's something more singularly more disturbing about the two-party system. They're bought off. They're owned by a New World Order that buys these people off. And the New World Order is implementing a plan through AIPAC to fund both parties. Both parties, Biden is a Zionist, Hillary is a Zionist, Trump is a Zionist. Both parties are controlled by Zionism and AIPAC, the American Israeli Political Affairs Committee. I used to think they were a political action committee, but they're not. They're not a PAC. AIPAC's been getting away with being a political affairs committee, which is not technically able to make donations to political candidates. So they're working around all kinds of laws and seem to be completely unpursued by anybody in government, because everybody's feeding off the trough of money from AIPAC. And you're wondering who funds the Russian oligarchs? The same people that fund AIPAC. Zionists. So they're working on America from both sides. They're controlling Donald Trump through the Russian oligarchs, and they're controlling Biden and Hillary and others through AIPAC. That's how they operate. They always make sure they pay both sides, so they cover both sides of the political spectrum. Meanwhile, we're watching our country slip into this gross, almost ridiculous support of Israel on all levels, without even recognizing the dangers that the human rights abuses that they're engaged in against Palestinian children and others. And one person, Loki, has pretty much gone forth and talked about how Israel is doing the wrong thing and how they're still an apartheid state. In fact, Israel is the last apartheid state in the world. After South Africa, now Israel is keeping people separate. And he stated that very succinctly when he talked about how they need to move toward democracy in Israel. And we don't need to be there. We don't need to be camped out supporting Israel all the time. We can see them as an ally, but letting them dictate our foreign policy like Trump is doing is a big mistake. Here's Loki to talk about that.
Enshrine inequality between Jews and Arabs. Now, Ehud Barak said it clearly. Israel can either be non-democratic or it can be it's either racism or democracy, and that's a clear choice for us. It's not a difference between Jews and Palestinians. It's a difference between those that believe in the equality of all and those that believe in the supremacy of some.
Loki, thank you.
Thank you, Loki. Very well put. And he has a lot more in this interview. We're going to leave this in our show for our video lineup tonight. Becky Anderson's Connect to the World. All right. We have a video segment that starts at 10 o'clock in the evening, Pacific time, and it runs till 2 in the morning. And I do spend time in chatting with people, and I'm still watching the show. I learn with you. I enjoy every aspect of the 9 hours I commit to this show every day. Shocking video captures the moment a man sets himself on fire and calmly strolls around a lawn outside the White House. Now, if this isn't the most desperate plea for attention on earth, I don't know what is. Here's some still photographs of this poor man. He was burned 85% of his body. He seems to be an African American who just decided to douse himself with lighter fluid. They got to him with a fire extinguisher just in time to stop the burn, but he is very gravely ill. He's not going to make it. There's some photograph here from a distance. You can see it happening right before your very eyes. Warning, the following video contains images that some viewers may find upsetting. It's not up close, so you can see it at a distance. He's not black, he's charred. Well, now he's charred, yeah. Well, let's be clear. You're upset? Okay, we'll get to that. They finally get to him. He's burning himself calmly. And then they finally hit him with a fire extinguisher. What I don't understand is how the hell they got to this guy fast enough to get him with his fire extinguisher. They must have cops like looking at all times out there in the White House lawn. They must be seeing everything. He was wearing... No, I don't think that wasn't a stunt. He really got burned 85% of your body. Your chances of living through something so horrific are very low. If you're burned on 85% of your body, he's most likely going to die. In fact, he's in such pain. Without morphine, he would be so much in pain that he wouldn't even be able to function. Yeah. Usually pneumonia takes over when they get that condition. No, he wasn't. That's not true. Yeah, wouldn't it be great to have a picnic and watch somebody just set fire to themselves and have to explain to your kids that man is mentally ill? Yeah. So you believe this is possibly fake news? You know, it could be, because it's highly unlikely they had a fire extinguisher within 2 minutes of arrival, and if he'd been burning for at least a minute or two. You think it's CGI, really? If he'd been burning for a minute or two, he would have been, it's just highly unlikely they could have gotten there in time. It does seem a little strange, doesn't it? Could be false flaggery. Or false faggery, really. You made it once yourself. You set up yourself in one of those outfits that they stunt people use, and you set yourself on fire. Oh, sure, I believe that not. Wow. You're looking for recognition when this guy obviously just set fire to himself for recognition? Well, John Cleese, the famous legendary comedic actor of Monty Python fame, is now going out on a limb in a country that is very xenophobic about racism. He says he accuses London of not being an English city anymore. Yeah. Yes. And John Cleese has criticized Londoners for voting to remain in the European Union. Huh. I heard Brexit was making a comeback, though. After Theresa May steps down, somebody's going to step up. Is Nigel Farage going to consider being prime minister? Because he seems so out of it. When he supported Trump, I was like, what's wrong with you, man? Why would you support Trump? Trump is... Yeah, it's definitely blackface. Nigel Farage is potentially... Yes, he demands a seat at Brexit talks. Aside from the fact that I look a lot like Nigel Farage, and I will admit that, he and I are not relatives that I know of. Although I have English ancestors from that same area And it's very possible that I may have some genealogical relationship, I don't know. I'm not sure. See, my family came over to America from Britain, from what was England, in the 1600s. I really do believe that this David is truly better than Trump. But no, I'm not English. Okay, John Cleese stepping out of his safety loop. Hopefully he won't be arrested for racism in a country that's clearly xenophobic about racism. Dave, I'm the same age as you. I'm 53. I'm not 53. I'm 59. Yes. Okay. Robert Mueller made his big statement, and it's boring as hell. I'm kind of glad that we avoided Robert Mueller's statements for 2 years. I mean, here he is speaking.
Alleges that they use sophisticated cyber techniques to hack into computers and networks used by the Clinton campaign. They stole private information and then released that information through fake online identities and through the organization WikiLeaks. The releases were designed and timed to interfere with our election and to damage a presidential candidate. And at the same time, as the grand jury alleged in a separate indictment, a private Russian entity engaged in a social media operation where Russian citizens posed as Americans in order to influence an election. These indictments contain allegations, and we are not commenting on the guilt or the innocence of any specific defendant.
See what I mean? I mean, the guy is boring. It's like watching paint dry. I mean, we might as well just all... It's good he hasn't spoken in 2 years, but boy, he sure wasted 2 years of time, and he didn't come up with the goods. I mean, we're still wondering why he didn't pursue a case against Manafort. A second trial was supposed to go on regarding the money laundering case, and he never even bothered pursuing it. It's like he dropped it completely, even though Paul Manafort reneged on his plea agreement and violated the plea agreement. Wow. So, David, there's a vote on Twitter. It was about which celebrity looks the most like you, and the first vote was David Duke. Really? I didn't know that. I don't think David Duke looks like me. He's much older, and there's really a very, very, other than the fact that we're both white, I consider that a racist statement you just made, that I look somehow like David Duke. Yeah. That's ridiculous. There's no resemblance at all. Okay, I look alike, the guy. Doesn't matter. He's got severe crow's feet. He doesn't do dermal abrasion. He hasn't done any work with his skin. I mean, look at that. I'm not David Duke. No. I'd have to have my face completely changed to look like this guy. All right, moving on. That was David Bowie. He looks kind of fruity. Okay, I guess we have a few things to talk about here. Maine lawmakers are weighing nation's strictest internet privacy protections. Thank you, Maine. The House follows the Senate in backing a bill that would bar service providers from selling customers' data without their consent. That's David no, that's, yeah, I'm not that actor. No. I'm not, those guys are a lot older than, well, they're a little older than me, but. So this is Maine's big plan. I like it. You know, right now your neighbor can get your download history, all the porn your family's been watching. Yep. Now the bill that has received major support in both houses of the legislature would create the toughest state internet privacy policy in the nation, prohibiting carriers such as AT&T and Spectrum from selling Maine's customer personal data without their permission. They voted 96-45 in support of the bill, with 9 Republicans voting with Democrats, the majority. Good. It'll be effective July 1st, 2020. in order to give the internet service providers time to prepare for the new rules. Excellent. Nobody should be allowed to download your privacy, and Trump did the worst thing possible. He authorized internet companies to pretty much sell your data. That was a big mistake, and I would prosecute and not just fire, but I would prosecute Ajit Pai, our current FCC chairman. I believe Ajit Pai is working for Sinclair Communications, and I have credible evidence to support that. I can only tell you that we need an investigation into Ajit Pai and why he eliminated net neutrality so quickly, and with a vote of 3-2 among 5 people who were not duly elected but were appointed. They're deciding the fate of our country regarding internet privacy and your ability to download. That's just ridiculous. I never would have allowed that. I would have fired him and prosecuted him. He's doing something to help Sinclair Communications almost always. Everything he's done seems to be angling toward helping Sinclair Communications, the largest communication provider in the U.S. Well, you'd have to contact the state, and I believe you'd have to contact your neighbor's provider, and you'd have to issue a Freedom of Information Act request through your state to get the internet history of your neighbor. I know. And Chucklehead Charlie says, don't mess with our porn. Exactly. You're like a lot of people in America. You want your privacy. And I think Maine is really leading the way, and I'm glad they are. Okay, I can email you. I can tell you my link to my email right now is americasthirdparty@gmail.com if you want to look it up. You can reach us there. All right. You have to go through a few legal hoops to get it, but I mean, you can certainly try applying to the to your server, whoever your internet service provider is, and say you want your neighbor's internet history and how much is it. They have to respond to you. And the laws that Trump signed into effect effectively give you the ability and the right to get that information. I would never have authorized that. That's ridiculous. I know, we have no privacy from corporations, as though Trump is goose-stepping his way to the New World Order's tune. Whatever they want, he does. And you know something what's really disturbing now is that Trump is backing North Korea, not Japan, in regards to the missile firing that went off while he was in Japan. Do you realize that Donald Trump was in missile range of an attack by North Korea? And North Korea is running off, firing missiles in their direction? And Trump took North Korea's position when talking to Shinzo Abe of Japan, which is ridiculous. Why would he take the side of North Korea? Because Donald Trump works for Russia. Lavrov was the guy that set up all the meetings with Trump and Kim Jong-un. It wasn't our country. It wasn't Pompeo. Lavrov, the Russian minister to North Korea, set those meetings up in Singapore and Hanoi. Yeah. And that's why Donald Trump won't pursue any denuclearization, because he can't pronounce the word. He's unable to pronounce the word denuclearization. No one has ever heard him say it, and I do believe it's a tongue twister for him. Denuclearization. He can't use those lips of his don't move fast enough to make that word. Anyway, I'm sure he's relaxing right now with his iPhone and his daily porn, so Donald Trump has porn through his iPhone. That's how he gets porn. He's been on a private cell phone for some time. The NSA can't do anything with him. Yeah, for over a year now, Trump has had a private cell phone communication. He's gone rogue on cell phone communication. The NSA can't track him. But the Russian government and the Chinese government can set up stingray operations outside of the White House and pick up all of his phone calls. So here he is. It's too inconvenient for me to have a phone security. Here it is. The story of Politico covered it in 2018. He's still privately using his phone. That's why he's so upset that he didn't have porn at one point, so he had to get a phone. I mean, how can he get through life without porn, you know? A man who's committed adultery a couple times and refuses to admit that he did have sex with other women to his own wife. Yeah, that's got to be weird, isn't it? I mean, you can imagine Melania saying, but you didn't have to screw those other women. And him saying, Melania, I told you you had an agreement. I paid you $26 million to shut up. I don't care what you think. I'm going to have my sex whether you like it or not. I mean, you can only imagine what his conversation is with her about that. I feel sorry for Melania. I do. No woman should have to put up with this kind of crap. And then he claims to be innocent and never have done anything wrong. And you Republicans believe this guy? It's just crazy. Maine is going to put together strictest internet privacy protections in the country. Look at that. And it's going to be effective in 2020. And they've already voted for it. July 1st, 2020. You'll have total protection when you go to Maine. And if any of you are in Maine, you will have internet privacy. Thank you. Thank you, Maine. Sarah is here, and we are going to kind of like trim the ship here. I've gone through a few news items. I'll look at that later. And my Twitter there. And then this is great. The legendary actor Robert De Niro made a very rounded statement about Trump, and he's delivering it like he does. He doesn't approve of Trump, as you know. Let's play this video for you, and then I will leave the show to Sarah.
I think we have to do what's right, and we know, I know what's right, and I think there are a lot of people who think they know what's right, or they're doing it for an agenda that I'm not understanding. We're in a very serious situation in this country, and what slowly happens is it sort of morphs into something worse and worse and worse and worse. And people are saying, it's like Charles Blow, the New York Times said, don't normalize right after this is not normal, what we're going through now. It is not normal. And it's like watching something happen slowly, you can't believe it's happening, a train wreck, it's coming, and boom. I'm very, very concerned about what's going on in this country with someone like Trump. You look at other dictators, they're very much like him. You don't believe it's happening, but it's happening. Hitler, Mussolini, others that I can't even name. It's scary. I'm sorry. It's a dire situation as far as I'm concerned.
So you don't worry about the losing fans?
No, I don't. No, they can do what they want.
In the middle of the 2016.
Okay, that was.
Maybe more people will be his fans.
Yeah, maybe more people will support him now. That was Robert De Niro making his statement again about Trump, and a lot of people agree with him.
Did you look at these at all?
No, I don't track those.
Okay, I'll do it.
You're welcome to look at my account. That's terrible. There's not many important things there. I wouldn't worry about it.
Sometimes I like to look at those.
All right, good. Make no mistake about it. So Mueller is on record now saying that William Barr lied, essentially. So Mueller is agreeing that William Barr lied. William Barr is facing contempt charges by Representative Nadler, the chair of the Judicial Oversight Committee. Yeah. So we're looking at contempt charges against William Barr, and contempt charges possibly filed soon against Mnuchin, the Treasury Secretary, who's stonewalling the House Ways and Means Committee, even though they have access to all taxes. And Trump continues to avoid anyone seeing his taxes, which is very disturbing. Very disturbing. It implies that Trump is guilty. And the fact that he's hiding his taxes indicates that he is guilty of something there. You may think Trump's not going anywhere. He will be impeached by the House. We're pretty sure of that. I'm convinced of it. Okay, I'm going to check out. Sarah's going to talk to you guys, and I'll be back. I'm going to make some dinner.
Okay. Who even needs the numbers? That's funny. Oh, so funny. All right. Home. Home is where the heart is. Or the tweets are. Hello. Sorry, I was reading some things. Sarah, I'm lovely. Sarah should be silent and making faces the entire time. Just mute me. I'll make faces. Why can't I? Well, I have that. I never thought I would get it, but I have that teacher thing where I like have the one eyebrow lift. And now that I have it, it's hard for me to lift the other eyebrow except together. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. All right. Oh, wait, behavior, who's doing that? Who's stealing David's ideas and passing them on to Trump? You think Scissor Fight's doing that? You think I Love Fries is doing that? Are you doing that? Are you really the one behind it? All right. You're eating the Cheetos. Yes, those Cheetos. I like Cheetos too. I also am a big fan of Goldfish, Cheez-Its, all those cheese things. Or just, just none, Ace Spade. I wouldn't do that. Really? Stocks are plummeting today? I can't sell or buy anything for another week. I just made a sale and a buy. I sold something and I bought something today in the stock market. That doesn't work, Ace Spade. Their brain shuts down and they flip their lid and their brain shuts down and they can't think. Oh, one more week until Black Mirror season 5. I wonder if I've seen all of season 4. Yeah, if he had me, maybe he would, but he will never have me. Mad Dog buried over 500 pounds of silver in a national park somewhere in America. All in one spot or different places? I did buy MJ, which is like... What is that one? That was a while ago, but it's kind of like... It's kind of like a... marijuana mutual fund? Yes. It's kind of like that. They invest in all the little companies that are investing in marijuana. I tried something else, but it was not very good. Yeah, baby laughed too. Well, I think I could figure it out. Oh, you won't tell if you put it all in one spot or you spread it out. Okay. I'm looking really clean today. I appreciate that. That's a good one. There's shocking posts on Twitter. Okay. Pretty much, yeah. No, I'm not wearing any makeup at the moment. No makeup at all. I've decided that, you know what? I've decided I don't really think I need makeup. So I'm only going to wear makeup on special occasions. Thanks, Mad Dog. You can post songs here. I won't be playing them. Yeah, all thanks to denturists. Or whatever the name is. All right. David likes to trim his hair and keep it short. But not like buzz cut it short. Let me see. Actually, yes, my hair does smell like flowers. Pretty good flowers too. Not the I'm not a big fan of lavender, by the way. Actually, I don't like lavender. Floss, actually. Eric, and a Sonicare. I don't use the Sonicare as often as I should, but floss, and I have to tell you, my favorite tooth tool is called a rubber tip. I love the rubber tip. Love it. All right, that one gets kicked a guest from the room. Got it. The rubber tip, that is. Yes. That's pretty funny. I don't like the dog thing. Wow. Oh, is that your special friends? Right, I think I should just look at the news. I usually, I was doing so well not looking at the news. If I didn't have this show, I probably wouldn't look at the news. Yes, he came back from the dead. No, wait, that was T. Rucker. Never mind. My parents had a waterbed for years. I had a waterbed when I was in 3rd grade for about a year. I have to say, and there was an incident where I don't like waterbeds because they're too cold and they wiggle. I don't know. They just don't give me the support that I want. I'm not a fan of waterbeds. And by the way, a waterbed can be poked and bust, but they have heaters, but then you're using a huge amount of electricity to try to heat it or keep it hot. And the problem with waterbeds is that the water you put in there, you have to add these chemicals. And I have a story. My sister got actually a burn by those chemicals. Had to have like a, what's it called? Like a part of her skin removed and put over it. It was bad. She had a very bad burn from the chemicals that go into a waterbed. So, no, I'm not a fan of waterbeds. You have to put chemicals in it because otherwise the water will actually go bad and like mildew and mold, and that's even worse. Yes, my sister had to have a skin graft because of a waterbed chemicals. Yeah, you could get solar. My favorite bed, I really like I have a bed and then we got a memory foam topper for it. And that's my perfect thing. I don't know if it's the memory foam company. I think it's different, but I love that. It cushions my body correctly. It's just really lovely. Mueller is retiring and he shifts the burden to Congress. A man set himself on fire outside the White House. Yeah, I suppose, I mean, I understand fluoride is some kind of water conditioner that maybe isn't bad, doesn't burn. I don't even know what the chemicals were. That was when I was really young. A mayor stops a private organization from building the wall. Just let them build it. What, you want to charge them to build it? Wait, what are you talking about, Eric? I don't give stock advice. I will tell you what someone told me is look at Dividend Kings, research that, and maybe put your money in that. So far my Dividend Kings ones have lost less money than other ones. And there's a bunch out there for you to choose from, so that's not giving you specific advice. Another thing I read, which I really do agree with, is when you buy a stock, kind of keep track of what you bought it at, and if it drops 25% in value, sell it. I know you'd be selling it for a loss, but
there's a site that came in regarding stockbroking investments. Hang on. How it works. This is it. Predicted.org. I'll let you look at that. That's and let me open up ProCams over here. Hang on. I forgot to keep ProCams active, and since we have a Pro account, and Max is gone. Max.credit has not been seen in over a week and a half.
maybe he's on vacation. He does have, a vacation property.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
out in the mountains.
You might want to look at the stock.
Okay, that's good. You could do predictit.org and look up stock markets there. I was looking at, you say Nokia, I don't know. Anyway, I was looking at Amazon. I do not own any Amazon stock. But that Amazon stock is very expensive. Part of me is like, do I buy it or is it too late to buy because it's gone up so much? Because $1,800 a stock, I don't even think I should even consider that. That's how I feel, misanthropy. I know. Well, there's certain companies I don't invest in because they don't like them, but there's other companies that aren't my favorites that I actually have invested in. Does that make me, what does that make me? I don't know. Yeah, you guys say buy Bitcoin stock. Yeah, then I was looking at Alibaba and that doesn't seem good either. I agree with the tariffs on China. Amazon wouldn't be good to do. So I looked into a thing that I was like looking at a video on Amazon about Amazon on Yahoo Finance, and then I was like looked at another. Yeah, that video encouraged me to buy a different stock, not Amazon. How it works. Browse markets, check out the range of available markets on which you can try and predict the outcome. Make a prediction, think everyone's got it wrong, put your money where your mouth is, buy shares for or against an event taking place, trade your shares, buy your shares low, sell them high once the crowd figures out you're right. Wait, what? Project of Victoria University of Wellington. There's tornado weather by East Texas and on the East Coast. Wow. Musk is moving to China. Everybody's leaving the States. You lost your shirt on DeLorean stock? Wow. Yeah, ironically, I probably have lost some money on the stock market because of that whole I buy if it drops 25%. So I've like, or I sell if my stocks drop 25%. So I've like sold, sell, and I've lost money whenever I sell. So, whatever. Well, I mean, yeah, there are some stocks that are worth more now than when I bought them. AMD. But I have not cashed out of those stocks. And yeah, David would encourage what 419 says. Stock up on gold and silver. That's more tangible than stocks. Or, you know, that's an interesting idea, Pirate, about doing, investing in some kind of business opportunity. I know. No, I don't know. With my luck, they'll go down again and I'll lose it all? Maybe. Maybe. I do keep track. Like, but there's certain stocks that I only bought one of because when I first got my, portfolio or opened my portfolio, there was this, like, you could make so many trades and it was free to do the trades, whereas now it costs money. So now I'm like, I will only, if I have a certain minimum, then I'll buy that. Okay, thanks 4198. Nope, pirate. I don't know who that is, 419. Should I know who you're talking about? There's a troubling trend of people checking their phones in the middle of the night. And free apps are spying on you. I haven't seen the Stockholm movie. In New Mexico, you stayed at Tierras, New Mexico. You had no internet. That's a good point, Dr. Meow. Oh, okay, thanks 419. Certain stocks, I'm sure, Dr. Meow. Certain stocks. Oh my God. Oh, Ray-Ban or Raytheon? Well, anyone can buy or sell, like, not necessarily, you're right, buy or sell before the other people, but anyone, I don't actually buy or sell when the stock market's in effect. I put in an order after the market closes to go in effect the next day. Oh, you're trying to find an affordable... the Ray-Ban, the glasses? I have not invested in those. That's an interesting thing. Yeah. You thought that Republicans will control both houses of Congress? Oh, you bought Republican will control both. You bought that. How did it work? Did you have to put actual money in it, Master Meatball? You put in $10. I don't do doobies. Doobie doobie doo. No, I don't do a doobie. Thanks, so. I agree with you, Pirates. Grow your first million before you can give financial advice. I am not giving any financial advice. I don't have $1 million. China gears up to weaponize rare earths in the trade war. About 80% of U.S. rare earths supplies come from China. 80%. Beijing is gearing up to use its dominance of rare earths to hit back in its deepening trade war with Washington. flurry of Chinese media reports on Wednesday, including an editorial in the flagship newspaper of the Communist Party, raised the prospect of Beijing cutting exports of commodities that are critical in defense, energy, electronics, and mobile sectors. The world's biggest producer, China, supplies about 80% of U.S. imports of rare earths, which are used in a host of applications from smartphones to electric vehicles and wind turbines. You have 87 million so far. You're working on being a billionaire, or at least 100 millionaire. Yeah. Oh, is that why Intel stock recently went down? I think it did. Let me check. No, never mind. It's back up. They always climb. How's that one doing too? They went down quite a bit. Wait. They did go down quite a bit. Should have sold in September. That's okay. I don't know when I bought. Anyway. Okay, 914 is back. Yes, multiple reports happening now. Tornadoes in East Texas. Arkansas lake is overflowing. More flooding, destroying breadbasket state's food supply. Food shortages and weather wars. I let professionals invest a portion of my money. And then I play with a portion of my money. But at least I know I'm playing with a portion. And I let professionals do it, but you know, who knows? They could lose too, but maybe not. Probably not. Mueller says charging Trump wasn't an option and he won't comment beyond his report. He said in a statement that he was bound by Justice Department policy. He said his report speaks for itself. Even if he were to testify before Congress, he wouldn't provide any information beyond what's already public. He said the report is his testimony. He said, we chose those words carefully and the work speaks for itself. Mueller said that if we had confidence that he clearly did not commit a crime, they would have said so. We would have said so. He implicitly refuted Trump's repeated statements that Mueller had exonerated him Mueller was basically saying, we didn't exonerate you, dude. They did not, Mueller said, we did not, however, make a determination to whether the president did commit a crime. But if they had confidence that he clearly did not commit a crime, they would have said so. So it's like unclear whether they committed a crime or not. He made it clear that he felt constrained from the beginning of his probe by Justice Department rules that prohibit the indictment of a sitting president. The method for charging and removing a president, he said, lies outside the criminal justice system, referring to the Constitution's provisions for impeaching and convicting the president. Under long-standing Department of Justice policy, Mueller said a president cannot be charged with a federal crime while he is in office because it's unconstitutional. Therefore, charging the president with a crime was not an option they could consider. That's how much somebody else was going to charge me, to double my money. Or at least just give me advice. Wow, $750 million? Pirate says, the secret to becoming a millionaire is don't trust anyone that wants to charge you to teach you how to become a millionaire. Don't get secrets that'll work. Get a job. Mueller is resigning to return to private life. He did not take questions from reporters after his roughly 10-minute statement. He said he was speaking out today because our investigation is complete. He explained that while existing legal guidance explicitly permits investigating a sitting president, the guidance also says that accusing a president of committing a crime is governed by different rules. The Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, he said. That comment, an apparent nod to the appropriateness of Congress handling such matters, is likely to touch off continued calls from Democrats to initiate impeachment proceedings. Mueller was emphatic that Russian figures had, through sophisticated cyber techniques like hacking computer networks and email accounts and posing as Americans on social media, launched a concerted attack on our political systems. There were multiple systematic efforts to interfere in our election. That allegation deserves the attention of every American. Wow.
I'm back. Thank you.
This is a good article.
Really?
Because Mueller basically says, this is called, the title of it's called Mueller Says Charging Trump Wasn't an Option. And he claims he won't comment, but that's how this one's spinning it.
Yeah.
But here he says, if we had had confidence that he clearly did not commit a crime, we would have said so.
Right.
They didn't. He's not saying that he had evidence that he didn't commit a crime.
Right.
He said they did not find a determination to whether the president did commit a crime. But later he said, under longstanding Department of Justice policy, a president cannot be charged with a federal crime while he's in office. And he says that's
policy.
basically unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Because that is up to Congress to
Determine.
impeach him, and then Senate to hold the trial. They can the criminal justice department, he basically said the criminal justice department, the legal guidance, while existing legal guidance explicitly permits investigating a sitting president, the guidance also says that accusing a president of committing a crime is governed by different rules. And
Right. You can investigate a sitting president, yes.
but you can't actually accuse them of wrongdoing, so you have to go through Congress to do that. Congress,
Yeah.
it's up to you.
It's up to you. That's why they were voted in the Democratic election, the win in the House in 2018. So we, the American people, mandated that they pursue impeachment. I don't know why they haven't done it. We're waiting too long. Thank you, Sarah. Dinner is ready. Chicken breasts with Colby cheese, yellow squash, and baby Yukon Gold potatoes with butter and mayo. No, I don't think Sarah should invest in Biden's son in a Chinese business, no. Chinese fund backed by Hunter Biden invested in technology used to survey Muslims. Wow. If that isn't an eye-opener. The Intercept has it. Let's intercept it. Yep, there it is. Hunter Biden, up to no good again. Human Rights Watch released a troubling report about a phone application made by the Chinese government. The app provides law enforcement with easy daily access to data detailing the religious activity, blood type, even the amount of electricity used by ethnic minority Muslims living in the western province of Xinjiang. So Biden's son is involved in the persecution of individuals that we would like to see human rights given to by China. It's interesting how Biden's going to spin this one. Yeah, your own son's invested in breaches of the individual privacy of the Chinese people and aided and assisted them. You know, let's not forget Mark Zuckerberg is a consultant with China for top security. That's why we should probably begin the process of dismantling Facebook after the breaches of national security that have occurred with Cambridge Analytica. I think an immediate House investigation should evolve into possibly an anti-monopoly law that could go after big, huge firms that are breaching privacy. They should be monopolized, or taken down rather, demonopolized. They should be socialized, if anything. The American people need oversight over these companies. We have no oversight over Facebook. None of us have any way of contacting Facebook if we're getting kicked off. Very few people have a contact with YouTube. I get a statement whenever they shut me down. They give me one disputation. I file it and I get no response. It's not like there's give and take. It's just like, no, we refuse to accept your version of the story. Bengalitis is back. Okay, I'm back. Let your adrenaline flow with my words. Oh, good. You're motivating us, Bengalitis. Chinese all-AI startup Megvii raises $750 million ahead of a planned HP IPO. Well, I feel like I'm speaking in code here, you know? The AI startup Megvii, $750 million ahead of the planned HK Hong Kong IPO. Wow, it's great. $750 million ahead. People just want to get into AI. Yeah, good for them. Why? I don't really know. The end value will be profit, in that many of these companies will be probably turned into just bureaucratic tools of the government, which will run like an automaton, and it won't have any profit mechanism whatsoever. Look at Google. The only profit mechanism they have is AdWords. Nobody pays for their YouTube channel. I mean, they tried to push the red channel, the YouTube commie red channel. That didn't work. Nobody pays for their videos. So YouTube is essentially propped up as an arm of the U.S. government, and same with Google, and same with Facebook. They're just fleecing us for information and using it as data mining sources. Sugar Mountain, Mark Zuckerberg, mining the sugar of mountains, the mountain of information. So that's the one Hunter is getting involved with, really? Oh, wow, okay. So that's the one Hunter is involved with, the Megvii startup. Thanks for sharing. I was wondering why you were posting that. You keep bringing this up, man. I told you there was a mistaken. We had a difference of opinion on. It wasn't an opinion. It was I didn't know what was going on. I had somehow missed a communication with him, and we have him as our op. Yeah. Wow. Cannibal killer slaughtered and ate 23 pizza delivery men, 6 Jehovah's Witnesses, and 2 postmen in the past 7 years. Is this for real? Wow. I'm amazed people are really kind of out to lunch, not realizing they're cannibals living amongst us. Hong Kong porn star is first man to receive horse to human penis? What? Do I believe anything they have on this site? I don't think so. World News Daily Report says this guy ate 23 delivery pizza guys, 6 Jehovah's Witnesses, and 2 postmen. May it be a word of warning to those people who are proselytizing in neighborhoods like his. Hello, sir, have you heard the good word? Huh? And then all of a sudden he's eating you. Ivan Fedorovich Yanukovych, 56, could be linked to a number of mysterious disappearances in the area, believe officials. Yanukovych was interrogated by police after neighbors complained about him using a chainsaw late at night and reported the man being covered in blood. God, the carnage, the scene, it's almost like right out of Dracula's House of Evil. When police arrived on the scene, Yanukovych was found butchering a dead body in his garage and preparing what police officers described as large quantities of ground meat, mixed with an aromatic blend of spices. Wow, so he liked to spice his human flesh. The suspect admitted to preying on unsuspecting delivery men from local restaurants, several postmen, and even a number of Jehovah's Witnesses. Where is this place? I got to find out where this is. I mean, it's like, it doesn't tell you where. Yeah, this is just BS. I don't believe the story. I think it's garbage. No, sorry. That's just complete and utter. Is it in Houston, Texas? I don't believe that. Well, how come there was no story? Let me search the article. Hang on, for Houston. Houston, we have a problem. Oh, you're right. Houston police have arrested a man. Oh my gosh, thank you. It is now an official story, folks. That's right. I totally missed the Houston section of the article. Sorry. I probably even read it. Anyway, yeah. Okay, so Houston, not exactly a safe place anymore for delivery guys. Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses are special. They like to knock on your door, harass you, interfere with your life. And I'm wondering what it would be like to be in a Kingdom Hall one day and then have on Sunday and have an entire door knocked on by the neighbors saying, "Have you heard the good word?" and then interrupt their entire session. There's like a one-way street with proselytizing. It's like they proselytize you, but you never get them back, you know. It's like, come on, you Jobies. You know, you can't be a Jehovah's Witness in Russia. You go to jail if you are. You're really out to lunch. You keep doing it. 23 delivery guys go missing when they all go to the same address. Where's the investigation? There are no investigations, psychobehavior. Yeah, the police just noted that this guy he was eating a guy and making hamburger out of him. That's how they caught him. There was no investigation. The neighbors just heard him chopping meat with a chainsaw, so they finally called the police. That's not like an investigation. He was making hamburger meat out of these people. Yep. Anyways, if you're a Jehovah's Witness in Russia, you might as well be hanging out with him for dinner, because they're being put in prison in Russia, and Donald Trump likes Putin. He likes what they're doing in Russia. He likes to see people in prison for their religious beliefs. It took 31 years to do that. Yeah, it takes a long time to digest human beings. I mean, look at the Pizzagate story. We haven't even digested the thought of it yet, let alone them digesting innocent children and torturing them. Need we talk about that right now? About the death and dismemberment and torture of 55,000 kids a year in America? Yeah, little things like that. We shouldn't really bring it up necessarily on Wasteful Wednesday, should we? This is not a wig. No, this is my real hair. Thank you. You'd be so lucky to have hair as nice as mine. Yeah. Thank you. You're just jealous. His eyes so lazy. Do we have to talk about a cannibal for the rest of the night? This is ridiculous. I will not do it, nor will I talk about Mueller because he's so boring. But it is interesting to note that Donald Trump thinks he's being kind to Joe Biden, and he actually said he was sticking up for Biden when he claimed to the Japanese people that Biden has a low IQ. That's right. It's crazy. He actually takes Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un's opinions as more important than anyone else. A standing vice president doesn't mean as much to Donald Trump as a known mass murderer like Kim Jong-un, who apparently called Biden a low IQ idiot. And Donald was very kind not to mention the idiot part. He just said he has a very low IQ. I'm not this is not an afro. This is my hair with a conditioner in it. Yeah, I have great hair, I'm telling you. You're just jealous, Joe. When I was a teen, the worst we had was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Well, now we've got that cannibal guy in Houston. All right. Yeah, we're dealing with pollution in America, an extreme amount of pollution. And then we've got a president who seemingly takes the entire Japanese visit lightly, like it's no big deal. He didn't mention Fukushima once.
The United States and Japan are two of the largest economies in the world. You're right there. You're doing fantastically well. I was looking very closely on the ride over at some of the numbers being produced in Japan, and you're doing great. Today we're cooperating closely across many industries, including defense, technology, digital.
So Scissor Fight added a laugh track to this, and I think that's hilarious, man. Yeah, good job. A bill that would legalize recreational marijuana in Illinois passes the Senate. Excellent. Excellent, dude. You know, I'm amazed you haven't asked for that guy, the LA Turtle guy. Somehow Howie left the room, and we haven't had anybody asking for that LA Turtle guy to talk about what's going on. Hey, Illinois lawmakers working to legalize recreational marijuana hit a snag the other states had wrestled with, whether to allow people to grow a few pot plants for personal use. The 10 states that have legalized recreational marijuana have different home grow rules, with Michigan allowing individuals to grow up as many as 12 plants a year, and Washington State not allowing them to grow any. I can't grow plants. I'm not allowed to unless you have a license to grow, and they're only doling those out like some sort of a lottery here. The question in Illinois was settled Wednesday night when the Senate approved recreational use of marijuana after universal home cultivation of the plant was replaced by a provision allowing only medical marijuana patients to grow their own. This is kind of where we were at with in Washington. Yeah. There it is. The bounty of plenty. The good bud that makes people feel good. The feel-good weed. Yeah. Trump never got high. No. I don't think Trump has ever smoked marijuana. As you know, he has a thing where he sniffles a lot. So I think marijuana would increase his sinus activity inappropriately. Yeah, I don't think, with a guy with sniffles like Trump has, I don't think it's appropriate to smoke marijuana. You think he did? You think? Operation? Really? You think? You think he does coke? Well, you're like Carrie Fisher, the late Carrie Fisher, who died 1.5 months after she said that. Yeah, no, I wouldn't go so far as to say he did coke. I mean, it's ridiculous. Just because he may seem to have a sniffle for 3 solid weeks during the debates doesn't mean he was on coke. That's ridiculous.
All right, Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes. How do you heal the divide?
He lied, so he probably did smoke some marijuana, Peturo, and he does lots of drugs. Really, I can't say that. That would be inappropriate. And I understand Donald Trump is going to pass a law saying you can't say bad things about anyone. He's coming up with this it's a new libel slander law that he's going to create, even though Congress has to put this out there. Okay, I will try, I guess. Really? So they almost passed marijuana in New Mexico, but it didn't make it. So you still can't smoke the ganja in Mexico legally. Many of you are hiding in your cars going, oh man, I hope the police don't hear me, man. He's no good. I understand. That could be very disturbing. Unsettling sex robot looks almost exactly like a real person. Wow. There's hope for some of you incels, guys who are involuntarily celibate. Yeah, not like you want to be celibate. Well, this robot won't reject you. She's a beautiful robot. While the sex robot isn't entirely indistinguishable from a human, the glowing light at the bot's temple is a dead giveaway. But it's made of wire and rubber. Yeah, there you go, rubber. That's all we got? Well, this is a robotic doll video. I don't know. Robot dolls next gen.
Can you cosplay video game Detroit?
Wow, that's weird.
Here we have same Android in PlayStation 4 game.
Well, I think I've seen enough of this fantasy world of strange people that like to look at, baby dolls. It does. It looks like it's underage minor. Play what video? Oh, you have to play the video? I don't know, man. I'm sorry, but this is not very advanced. I'm afraid it's going... I mean, everyone knows that that's not a robot that's normal. A robot that's normal looks average like me and would never detect it as a robot. If, for instance, I was a robot, which I'm not, the possibility is there that many of you would believe that I was a robot because of various aspects that were seemingly not normal, like the way I talk. For instance, if I talk like this, you would think I was a robot. But with the miracle of advanced voice smoothing technology, you don't believe that I am a robot. Isn't that amazing? Is David a robot? That's a very good question. If I were a robot, then why wouldn't I be AI? In that AI is capable of skipping between mainframes from one unit to another it would be able to communicate, just like a robot. No, of course I'm not a robot. Give me a break, man. I mean, take Ham, for instance. This guy's a robot.
Meet Ham, a humanoid robot that can smile, frown, wink, or even act drunk, all at the push of a button. Wowing crowds at an electronics fair in Hong Kong, Ham's myriad of facial expressions are controlled by 40 motors. These are covered with a unique human-like skin called frubber, short for flesh rubber.
All right, let's move on. Wasteful Wednesday, we're wasting a lot of time talking about nothing. Yeah, I'm not a robot. Don't worry, I'm a human being. Heck, I've been doing this so long, I'm like, it's fused into my being. How do you do your graphics, Dave? That's cool. In the middle of a picture. I am able to adjust graphics due to the ability of my mainframe computer, which maintains continual active control over the show and its editing system. The robot has a drunk mode, definitely human. Exactly, robots can't do that. I'd rather talk about the most important thing on Earth. Water. Yeah. It's kind of cool just think about water, you know. I believe that if we create more fresh water, we won't have to worry about the future. Yeah, it's kind of like you won't have to worry about Doris Day being dead. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future is ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. Well, it's not that I invented water. I want to create water in my Ocean Pipeline project. Beep, beep. Hello, welcome to the Ocean Pipeline project. It is here where we will create fresh water. I think browsers are trying to do with extension apps, yeah. Firefox is doing pretty well, though. Many people are now really liking Firefox. It's lightweight, has less of a footprint on your computer system than Google. It's got some good potential. It's less wasteful. A lot of the new browsers now are starting to learn how to manage multiple tabs without taking up space. You still do Roku streaming? Are you on Roku right now? You have to shut something off? Okay, yeah. You don't be Roku streaming while you're watching our show on some Wi-Fi connection at a local coffee shop. I mean, dude, you're lucky you got the internet. He's out there traveling across the Midwest. I won't say where. You're watching a facility in Australia that uses solar energy to desalinate 1 million gallons of water per day using only the power of the sun. Yep, that's the seawater pipeline. Yeah, that's John Sky. I talked to him about it. When we came up with the ocean pipeline, he had the seawaterpipeline.com. Yep. He's doing a good job. And I had a nice conversation with him. He's fighting the desalinators that use energy because there's a big lobby to spend money on desalination in Australia. But it's a tower, really? Oh, cool. I'd love to see a picture of it someday. Well, the salt is inverted at the bottom, so when we lay these modules, these are all designed to work in a small area behind your house. 2 or 3 modules could easily give enough fresh water to a family of 10 if you happen to live near the ocean where you can get salt water. Yeah, so say you were within a 2-mile radius of the ocean, you could probably carry salt water up to get fresh water if you had none. But yeah, there's a way in which I'm going to dig these. The entire units will be dropped in a vector like this, and these troughs, if you will have a circular system in here, very much like a septic system has holes in it, you know, pipes. So if you have a septic system in it, like a septic system with holes in it, it will pull the salt water in, and you can flush the salt water through the base of this V, right through here. So all that can be flushed through with a separate independent pump running on solar energy or wind power. If you're in my location, I'd really treat you to buy a ribeye. Well, that's very nice of you. But I don't need to have any food. I am completely functional. In fact, I am not requiring any food whatsoever since I'm on a diet. Debunking Jordan Peterson's cultural Marxism with Richard Wolff. Well, I'm not going to be doing the digging. It's going to be done by a digger, a trencher, and they're very easy to. You can get these. I eat right, but I'm dieting too because I'm getting ready to do my modeling session at the beach, where I show you the amazing physical stamina of my body. Debunking Jordan Peterson's cultural Marxism with Richard Wolff. Well, look at this tonight. I'm very anxious to hear this because I'm against cultural Marxism. I'm formally in favor of America. You're in perfect shape. You do look younger, Dave. Well, that's absurd. Why would I look younger when I'm older? Clearly, my aging program is not working appropriately. I am going to have to adjust it to make me look older so that people won't think I'm a computer. Just kidding. I'm still going with that joke that I had earlier. I was a robot. Yeah. Here I was in 2008, just a few days out, right before the election, and I was really pushing it to try to beat Barack Obama in 2008.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election.
Okay, so here I was 10 years ago, and obviously some people say, well, you're outside, it's easier. You like my hair that way? I like it this way better because I have a big forehead. Well, were you on drugs? No, I wasn't. No. Should I be? Because I don't do drugs. I smoke marijuana, but that's not a drug. I vape, actually. I don't smoke, I vape. Oh, really? It's Sundrop Farms? Okay, I'll have to check this out. Thank you. I'm looking it up right now. Australia. Huh. There's a video about it. Wow. Growing food in the Australian desert. Sundrop Farms. Whoa. That's so cool. Thank you. Yes, I'm going to add it to my show and the Enviro show. Yeehaw! Thank you. Anyway, this was me, and I'd been kind of haggard from doing 10 hours a day. I do like that. Thank you. I was doing 10 hours a day, 50 days straight. It was 500 hours, and not one single response from any of my press releases across the globe, except for a friend, a guy I dormed with at UCLA who was a journalist. He said, "Hey, Dave, I heard you're running for president." So I know the letters got through, but nobody cared about a third party. They wouldn't give me any airtime. And that's when I knew that we were completely censored. And I've never realized at the time how much censorship would be going on. And as we test the boundaries of censorship every night in our show, we realize, wow, these people are afraid of a third party. They don't want us to build an alternative to the two-party system. They really want us to just fall in line like a bunch of cattle as we head into the slaughterhouse. You can go to the Republican gate, which will take you to the slaughterhouse, or you can go to the Democrat gate, which will take you to the slaughterhouse. They don't want you to think for yourself and maybe wander outside by the fence and maybe cross into another pasture and escape the imminent doom that awaits you. Yes, the Matrix is real. Mr. Anderson, you'll be going to Zion, Mr. Anderson. Isn't that what you want? To fall into the hands of Zion? I don't want that. I don't want a new world order to tell us what to do. I want our country back. I want you to help me stop these two-party people who are completely lost by making them aware of the dangers of this threat to our country. We have to enlighten people as to the dangers of the New World Order. That's really the message. And the message of a third party is we have to galvanize in the center to build this party. We can't go on far left or far right. I don't support LGBTQ. The Democrats do. They're leaning too far to the left. But at the same time, I want to solve homelessness. The Democrats say they do, but they don't want to actually fix the problem. They don't even want to put bathrooms in San Francisco. I mean, hello. I will immediately remedy that problem by creating mobile service units and mobile medical units in America. I will even price up plastic packaging so that we'll limit our use of plastic packaging. The Democrats are hesitant to do that. So these are things that are going to be necessary to keep our country, in good condition. Obviously, building an ocean pipeline project is revolutionary, and this is why I've been promoting it since 2005. We actually did solicit a lot of people back in 2005 before we realized we needed a political choice to make this happen. Building it in Australia is great, but we need it all around the world, and it has to be open source. Anyway, back to Trump diversions. Yeah. Shall we go to destabilizing Venezuela? What about attacking Iran? Or what about that Chinese trade war? How's that working out for you, Donald? Anything you want, so you can pick on any one of these diversions to take our mind out of anything. Okay, we have a request for Larry Sinclair. Hold on, please.
Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, back to the Trump diversions. The one likelihood that really is happening is the Chinese trade war. Attacking Iran, as much as Bolton wants to do it, Bolton kind of pissed Donald off when he actually accused Kim Jong-un of having nuclear weapons. And, as you know, Donald supports Vladimir Putin's take that Kim Jong-un doesn't have any nuclear weapons. So Bolton is in direct opposition with him on that. So it's highly unlikely that Donald Trump is going to keep Bolton around much longer. Yeah, he's probably going to pick a new national security advisor. I mean, he rotates between Russian agents, Michael Flynn, and extreme hard right-winger people that start wars like John Bolton. He started the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War. And he wants to start one in Iran, but I don't really think it's in his best interest to attack Iran right now. Trump has got too much on his plate, like learning to read. The 4th grade remedial lessons he's getting in reading, they're paying off. I'd like to read a script and yes. Yeah, Donald Trump is always open to new talks, and he's certainly willing to talk. Reading off a teleprompter is getting easier for him. Thank goodness for our educators who are able to help him. Very good. I'm bigly pleased about this. Learning to read at a young age was not possible due to my severe Down syndrome, which was hidden from the American people. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that Donald Trump was Down syndrome as a child? I did not mean that. No verification on that.
Economy and energy, also infrastructure, science, and so much more. As you know, the United States and Japan are hard at work negotiating a bilateral trade agreement which will benefit both of our countries. I would say that Japan has had a substantial edge for many, many years, but that's okay. Maybe that's why you like us so much. But we'll get it a little bit more fair, I think. I think we'll do that. With this deal, we hope to address the trade imbalance, remove barriers to United States exports, and ensure fairness and reciprocity in our relationship, and we're getting close. It's my sincere hope that the Reiwa era, the economic ties between the United States and Japan continue to grow deeper and stronger if that's possible. I think we right now probably have the best relationship with Japan that we've ever had.
You know, I'm not in any way implying that people with Down syndrome can't be successful, guys. Seriously. All of you who have Down syndrome, I applaud you. And good job, Donald, for overcoming your disabilities as a child. You're a real legend in your own mind. Yes. You have seen a video of Trump drunk? I don't believe it. Trump does not drink. He's a clean, straight shooter. Well, he shoots something. I'm not sure what. Yeah, he doesn't take any needles or whatever he shoots. He got back at Studio 54. Back in the days when people were having group sex, and he loved watching it. Yeah, he's on record talking about how he used to watch people have sex, famous people have sex right in front of him. It was disgusting. You don't read those stories, do you? Well, before the election, 1 month before election, Trump was drunk. Do you have a copy of that? If you have a copy of that, I want to see that. Okay? Look for a little video right away. Thank you. Journalist calls on Congress to investigate evidence that Omar married her brother and revoke her marriage fraud immunity card. I'd like to see that. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen because, like I said, they want to keep Ilhan Omar in the loop as a possible scapegoat for the Muslim community. I mean, if she's taken out of the loop, they won't have anyone to pick on. Yeah. So you got to understand, this is all mostly theater, the Democrats versus the Republicans. That's why they're not going to prosecute her about what she did with burying her brother. Yeah. But a journalist has called on Congress to investigate evidence that Ilhan Omar married her brother and revoke her marriage fraud immunity card. Oh, Washington Standard, yes. Michelle Malkin calls on Congress to investigate one of their own. Jihad Representative Ilhan Omar. Malkin said the U.S. Congress needs to investigate the claims and evidence that Omar not only violated the law by marrying her brother, but also engaged in immigration fraud by doing so in order to get him into the U.S. Exactly what I've been saying all along. How come I'm not the one talking about this? But Michelle Malkin is. Wow, I don't really count, do I? Okay, take your time searching. You can have the whole night to find a picture of Donald Trump really drunk. I doubt he's ever been drunk. I don't drink myself, so. You found it? Wow, okay, cool. I have had a couple of times where I've been sitting with my friends drinking beers, and I didn't like it. Yeah, I felt really unhappy. I felt like you get to the point where you're so drunk you start to lose it. I don't like that feeling of being out of control and just, acting like a total idiot. I will. Here's the title. I'm waiting with bated breath. Go ahead. But I don't like the feeling of being drunk or, worshiping the porcelain goddess as the world is spinning around you. I mean, you realize that alcohol kills your brain cells, right? It's not like marijuana that prevents cancer of your brain. It kills brain cells. Hey, Dave, New York has named the street that runs by Trump Towers. They named the street that runs by Trump Towers Barack H. Obama Avenue. Oh, Joe, I can't believe it. This is incredible. I don't understand why the mayor of New York City has banned hot dogs, And now they want to make the street next to Trump Towers Barack Obama Avenue. Can you believe this? I'm telling you. I don't get it. De Blasio wants to ban hot dogs. I mean, I go to New York to have a hot dog. I don't need anybody to tell me it's illegal to eat a hot dog. It's ridiculous. I like a little bit sauerkraut, a little hot dog, a little mustard. You got to get the yellow mustard because it's got that turmeric in it. Yeah, that Dijon doesn't have the turmeric. It's very good for you. Yeah. So he's banning all kinds of good things for people. Okay, where's the title? I'm waiting. Oh yes, Amber, I hear you. Your dinner is coming. Don't worry. Poor cat. The big time in her life is to get her 1/3 can of cat food with 7 drops of hemp CBD oil in it. It's actually mixed in with coconut oil, but she's such a cutie, I'll tell you. This cat. We're keeping her going, man. I mean, that CBD oil is preventing arthritis. Yeah. Are you going to get her food? You want to, or you don't need to? You can if you want. Okay, here it is. Donald Trump's full roasts of Hillary Clinton at Al Smith's charity dinner. Okay. Good night, Sunstar. Sleep well. Gonna watch some TV? Excellent. Enjoy. I think we're pretty much wrapped up on the news. Nothing much other than the fact that, as I said earlier, Julian Assange is reportedly near death. I believe he may have died already, and they're just telling us this. I mean, when you think about it. But yeah, the word is that he is so sick that he can't even be seen. And he can't even appear in court to face charges on raping those 2 Swedish girls, which we've been hearing about for, 12 years? It's crazy. But yeah, there's a good likelihood that this is just a CGI image. It was created on an art desk or something. You can now beat Trump today after Mueller has said Trump was not innocent. Thank you, Plastic Fork. At least many of you Republicans are finally listening to the reality that Trump may have been guilty of a crime. Thank you. Yeah. So this just does not look normal. I mean, everything about it looks fake. The fact that all the photographs taken of Julian Assange have been coming from one camera. Even the one on the balcony, that was only one camera at that location. That can easily be altered by CGI and AI. I could probably install a person sitting next to me right now if I wanted to. Or even make myself into somebody like Abraham Lincoln. My fellow Americans, I'm liking this guy, David Sponheim. He reminds me of me when I was young. My sense of humor, the fact that I grew up in a log cabin, and that I understand David Sponheim has a log cabin too. Yes, indeed. I'm actually thinking of someday turning my entire home into a museum and library. My presidential library would be perfect. Then I could show you the log cabin I have on my property. It's beautiful. I'm so blessed to have this little enchanted forest here. I would love to be able to have you all come over and visit. And I would, give you guys the tour. But unfortunately, I live under top security, and I can't have anyone visit me. I can't know for sure who's going to visit me at any time, so. I don't work for Trump. Yeah, I'm trying to defeat the whole 2-party system. How could I be working for Trump? Yeah. Yeah. No, you can't visit, but if you could, it would be kind of fun. I found out my local store was bought out by Safeway. Actually, Cerberus. Cerberus is one of the largest retail grocers in the country now. And they've taken their namesake from the 3-headed dog prophesied in the Bible, guarding the gates of hell. I'm sorry. Yeah, the people that run our grocery system actually look very similar to their motto is Cerberus. And Cerberus is a dangerous fable about a 3-headed dog. Yeah, that's the Cerberus, guarding the gates of hell. Anyway, Cerberus bought up Albertsons. They own Safeway. Now they own my local Cool Market, and I was wondering why they don't have a past due meat section anymore. And I talked to the manager, and I said, well, your past due meat section looks like Safeway's. They all have like 30% stickers off on it, and And nobody's buying any of it because everyone has to sit there and do the math in their head as to what the price is. So I suggested the manager of our local, well, whatever. You don't need to know the name of it, but it's just kitty corner from Safeway, and now they're run by the same company. So I said, why don't you take a separate tag and just do the math for people and put it on there on top of the Safeway branding that they're doing? Because these things don't move when people can't see the price. Anyway, he took it into advisement. I don't think he's going to do anything. I think they're all really upset. Everyone's upset that Cerberus bought over, 20 different chains in the past 10 years. They use predatory tactics to do it. You know who the CEO of Cerberus is? Dan Quayle. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Incorrect. Steve Feinberg. Huh. I wonder what Dan Quayle is now. He's on the team still, but it's moved over to a new CEO. Okay, but he is one of their core people, Dan is. Dan Quayle. Huh. Yeah, he's a key guy in the Cerberus upper management. He's not the CEO anymore, though. This is our former vice president under George New World Order H.W. Bush. There's Dan Quayle, the guy who couldn't spell potato. He's been doing really well. He worked at Cerberus. Yep. All right. He says he lives in Arizona, but my main office is in New York. I spent a lot of time on an airplane. Desperately miss Air Force Two. Oh, wow. He travels internationally. At one point, he was traveling to Japan 6 or 7 times a year when he had $10 billion to $12 billion invested over there. How are you spending your time at Cerberus, Dan? Dan Quayle. Yeah, he did really well. He's definitely profited. So the three-headed dog, aka Cerberus, runs our market chains in America. And it's ironic in fables that they talk about this dog guarding the gates of hell. If we run out of food, Cerberus literally will be guarding the gates of hell if you're looking for a bite to eat. Interesting. Okay, so let me get out of this room and into the other one. And we'll remove the water. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Julian Assange is not doing well. He's really sick. I don't even think he's alive, but we'll find that out. And you can travel with CBD oil. That's good to know. TSA relaxed standards on it for people with animals.
Okay.
Okay, kitty cats. And Pelosi is actually now entertaining the possibility that they will actually move toward impeachment. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad. Yes. I know a lot of Democrats are going, yeah, good. Thank you, Nancy. She says nothing is off the table, so this is the start. They're prying open the possibility they're going to have to prosecute. And then if it turns out that Donald Trump is involved in some pretty nasty stuff, maybe the senators in Congress will begin to align with the Democrats, even if they're Republican. Now, I don't think many people realize this, but Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell both get money from Russia for re-election. Most people don't realize that senators can get money from Russia through super PACs. But both Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, the top Republican senators, have both received money, like in the case of Lindsey Graham, $800,000 to get reelected.
I'm listening to James Comey's book, A Higher Loyalty is what it's called. Anyway, he talks about it in there, about his time working under Bush, George H.W. Bush, about his time working under Obama, about the Clinton email investigation, and about Trump. And right now I'm at the point in the book where basically Trump was just elected. He wasn't actually the president yet, but they were meeting with the president incumbent and the president elect, and both Obama and Trump, to talk about the Russian what had happened with Russian meddling in the election at that time, and how much they knew at that time.
So he's telling everybody, I believe that Comey really helped. Okay, I've got that link to Trump roasting the dinner at Al Smith's charity dinner, and if he is drinking, we'll know. Thank you very much for that link, by the way, guest 419 over at iBlog. I'll play that a little later. Trump roast Clinton at the Al Smith charity dinner. They say that Trump was drinking at that. Now, he says he's never had any alcohol. We'll see. I'll be looking at that tonight. But really what I think is going on in our in realistic terms is Comey helped Donald Trump win when he reported that he was opening a criminal investigation of Hillary Clinton 11 days prior to the election. That was a major move, and Comey really helped it. I know he explained it, but he actually said, and I quote, he thought that she would win for sure, and it wouldn't matter. Now that to me is an incredibly far-fetched notion that a man who was a director of the FBI would somehow believe that she was so lock-solid the winner, it wouldn't matter if she was under criminal investigation 11 days before the election. That's where Comey may have committed a felony, altering and rigging an election in favor of Trump. And ironically, the person that got fired by Trump was the most important person in the election to get him elected. Isn't that ironic?
Yep. I mean, and it's just Trump. Oh my goodness. It's amazing to me how many people that claim to be, super religious support Trump when he was having extramarital affairs. I'll just leave it at that. That's what is pretty surprising to me. Yeah, he was Planet Fitness. I don't think that's an admirable trait in a presidential candidate. Oh, your internet keeps disconnecting. 419. Thank you. So someone said they typed in Planet Fitness, typed in the room. Let's be honest, Sarah. Name one politician that isn't creepy. I wonder what you think of Justin Amash. Do you think he's creepy? Agree. I agree with you, Mad Dog. JFK was an adulterer, and Democrats do worship him, or they seem to. Maybe Master Meatball. I don't know. Yeah, I do too, Planet Fitness. I agree. Mitt Romney is, yeah, that's true. He's pretty clean as a whistle. I would agree with that one. He is someone who, yeah, I think he's fine. Not to my knowledge from Bubba. because of all the house things he bought and sold busy. Mitt Romney did do a lot of house, people were saying, like, financial, almost housing scams or something. For wealthy or for well-known, or you want to Mitt Romney for president? The thing about Mitt Romney that I did admire is, like, he pumped his own gas. Right? I mean, down to earth person. Okay. Chris Christie says Mueller's statement definitely contradicts Barr's summary. Iowa 80 is the world's largest truck stop. Good to know. Iowa? Yeah, maybe I could see that. Sasio, whatever, Cortez says AOC says she gets death threats after organizations air hateful messages about her. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. From the left, she reveals a chilling morning ritual. Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao has yet to divest shares as she's promised to do in a construction company she's promised to sell her shares, but she's kept them. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I agree. He's just an elitist. Got it. You saw a woman slamming meth today, Rumbaba? Oh man, that's crazy. Have I ever watched anyone use a needle to get high? No, I haven't. Everyone in your office is sick. How do you get a cold when it's 97 degrees? Well, if you turn on the air conditioning and there is central air and somebody has a cold or a bacteria, it's flowing through those air ducts to everybody. You might be right, Misanthropy, because I definitely am not. Well, I do agree with you. He's definitely the elitist. Can people see your text if you have them on ignore? I don't know. Who do you have on ignore? And then I can ask them if they see your text. The Supreme Court upholds a block on abortion restriction, but allows fetal burial. A political scientist is to blame for a fake quote circulating on social media. I wonder if they would consider, what would it be? A group of people. What is the definition of a race then? How to avoid an all-cap screaming match. 5 tips for productive debate. Ooh, I like this. True argument is not a fight or a screaming match. Follow these 5 tips for a productive debate. Hemingway said, "The world is a fine place and worth fighting for." What does the world actually mean? It could mean macro issues like human rights, social and economic policies, international peace and prosperity. If you care about these issues, they're certainly worth promoting through sound argument. But the world can also mean your world in an individual sense. For example, your health, your work, your relationships. These issues affect you directly and are worth improving through sound argument. So when you think about it, there are many reasons to argue. As many reasons to argue as there are to live. Your life itself is an argument, a statement of your beliefs, values, and what's important to you, and as such is worth doing well. It's important to note that true argument, the kind of discourse that advances your perspective through logic and reason, is not a screaming match. It's not an all-caps free-for-all in the comment section. To argue is not to fight. Night, Mad Dog. I didn't know that if you talked about her religion, she'd freak out. What is her religion? Christian or something? Alright, maybe it's because I try not to put my religion on anyone. That's my religion. Don't promote. Anyway. Truly effective argument is a skill, and like any other skill, it's honed and perfected through experience. Below are 5 tips for productive debate designed to be both useful for both seasoned veterans of discourse and debate and those just beginning to get their point across through effective argument. 1. No, Chicken, I hope that. I'm an unpreacher? Okay. Unemployed. Clarify what you're arguing about. It's common at the beginning of an argument for each side to quickly blurt out several points. Each side feels passionately about the subject. Little adrenaline kicks in. Next thing you know, a whole bunch of topics are on the table. Sometimes one sentence contains several points, separate points. Several separate points. A discussion can become a sloppy mess in a hurry. You're not American? Are you just claiming to not be American as one of those stateless people? Or you really don't live in America and aren't a citizen? Clarify calmly what you are arguing about. If you want to tackle several topics, then clarify which topic you want to discuss first. Make sure the other person agrees on which topic you're arguing about. It's common for one person to argue one issue while the other person keeps arguing about something completely different, or keeps thinking about a different topic while they're staring blankly at you. That would be me. Oh, you don't identify as American even though legally they would consider you an American? If the other person won't concentrate on the point you want to discuss first, consider discussing the point they're so hung up on. Then moving on to your point when they seem ready. Clarify, and if necessary, clarify again what you are arguing about. I'm not arguing. Math is awesome. I like mathematics. Ask why. If you've argued with a person for a while and they still don't agree with you, you need to know why. So if you already don't know, ask. That way you can focus on points that will persuade rather than wasting time and effort on points that other person already agrees on or doesn't care about. There might be only one reason the other person doesn't yet agree, or there might be several. Their reasons may be purely emotional, completely logical, or both. So ask, why do you disagree? If you want to be subtler, you can rephrase, are there any obstacles to find out exactly what the hang up is so you can address it? Oh, yeah, me too. Well, true, but I still am an American, but I'm just not like most Americans. If they have a culture of ignorance, consumerism, and narcissism, then I'm not like them. Except sometimes I like the ignorance part because it's more like apathy. I do care though. I wouldn't be me if I didn't care, but sometimes I want to not care. Listen. If you're going to argue, listen. Because they're stressed out and they don't get out of their office enough to work. Rumbaba. Why are government workers unhealthy and overweight? Alright, arguing without listening is like flying without seeing. You won't know where you need to go with your argument. First, if someone's trying to convince you of something but doesn't listen to you, you'll agree with it. Will you agree with him or her? Probably not. More likely, you'll be irritated that the other person is just talking and not listening. Listening shows the other person you're open-minded, objective, sincere, compassionate, helpful, and trustworthy. I know, people should listen when they argue, but they usually don't. Thank you, Bengalitis. I'm working on it. I know, so true. Ugh. I would love to. Well, I think I listen a lot. And I do get frustrated that with all the listening that I do, if I try to make a point, then it's like, yeah, that's true, chicken. Whether you're trying to convince a company to hire you, convince a client to buy a product or service, or convince a loved one to vacation in Europe rather than Hawaii, you must listen carefully to what the other person is saying or not saying. Yeah, people don't listen to what I'm not saying. You just assume. Only then will you pick up on logical issues you need to address. And don't stop listening until the argument is over. Careful listening will reveal where you need to go in your argument. Thank you, Bengalitis. This comes from allsides.com blog, Avoiding All Cap Screaming Match. 5 tips for it. You're guilty of ad hominem attacks during arguments. That's when you're like saying, just name calling. Yeah, I don't usually call names. I think it in my head. I don't say it out loud. I don't think that often. But I think a lot of things that I don't say. Yeah, you're probably right, Plastic Fork. Plastic Fork it's probably right. Read an article today that suggested humans won't destroy humanity, but a virus or bacteria might. How does this make me feel? Let's run what no one is telling you. An athlete who ran NCAA track as a man for 3 years just won an NCAA women's title. So women are going to continue to be persecuted in sports? I mean, Title IX wasn't enough to get us equal access to sports. Now we have to... Never mind. That's how it makes me feel, Misanthropy. Persecuted. Or at least for my gender, yes. Like my gender is persecuted. You used reversed passive aggressive compliments. It confuses a person perceptually. How do you do that? Yeah, maybe you should become a woman and join the WNBA, maybe. Well, women don't want you to know their size. That's why men's jeans have the size printed on the back. Women's do not. Men don't want to look inside the clothes when they're buying them, which is why they have the men's size printed on the pants so they can just look on the outside of the pants. And women don't want to go walking around showing everybody out how big they are. Or little. Usually how big. Because almost all women want to be little. Oh yeah? Let's see. Do you know mine? Well, mine vary. So, but let's see how close you can get. Are you lumping me in that category, Rumbappa? Oh, shall I stand up? No. This is a really good outfit. Don't you like my outfit? I like it. They say, though, that the fashion industry was actually started by a gay guy, and that's why so many fashion things, it's like they are fashion clothing is designed for like adolescent male bodies. Oh yeah, you were the one that gave me that link. Thank you, Misanthropy. Yes, exactly. And I was like, yes, when I saw that. Well, you're my friend and you give me good links. Put me in the right direction. Point me in the right direction. All right. Careful listening. Recognize the other person's emotions. No matter how logical you are, if you mishandle emotions, you will not persuade. You'll just make the person dislike you and distrust you and not want to talk to you. So you need to pay attention. Get a sense of the person's emotional state and adjust accordingly. For example, if the other person's becoming too emotional, angry, or defensive, then tone it down a little. Speak more softly. Just lower your voice a little and argue your points. Focus on the argument and respond to counterpoints as needed. Also, be patient. and give the other person time to calm down. When an engine overheats, it takes time to cool down. If you made your coffee too hot, it takes time to cool down. So be patient with a person who has become too emotional. If needed, just take a break and pick it up later. You also need to stay calm and resist the temptation to get overly emotional yourself. Recognize the other person's emotions and respond accordingly. Maybe I do want my hair to blend in with my shirt. It is the same color almost. See? It's like a copper kind of. It is kind of like copper, but a little bit like a brown copper. I need to wear more light colored tops to make my hair contrast its beauty better. I will take that into consideration, Bangalitis. It doesn't always work, it's true. Because then if they're emotional and then like you give them time, but then you say something to go back to the argument that they were emotional about, they just flare up again. Sometimes even worse. I like that, Bangalitis. Argumentative rain checks. Attack arguments, not people. Maybe you don't like the person you're arguing with. Maybe you never liked them. Or maybe you suddenly stopped liking them when they disagreed with you. Either way, it can be very tempting sometimes to attack the person instead of their argument, the ad hominem attack. Maybe. No, Rumbaba. Alright. I was saying maybe to misanthropy. Well, you can just keep calm and keep saying your arguments. Let them calm down and say your piece. But then if they just keep going back, and then go with my mom's advice. Wait, I'm going to finish this and then I'll tell you my mom's advice. Which now I'm co-opting it as my advice. We've all encountered arguments that center around insults. You're just ignorant. That's why you disagree with me. You don't like affirmative action because you're racist. Attacking a person's history or motives is also common. You want less taxes because you're a Republican. It may feel good to say these things, but they're usually irrelevant and inflammatory. So it's really important to understand the distinction between the person and the argument. When tempted to attack the person, attack the argument instead. I have no idea if they've all been banned or not. Alright, anyway, good argument is like fair competition. It makes things better. In a society with freedom of speech, a marketplace of ideas is created. Through vigorous and open discussion and debate, the best ideas and opinions prevail, eventually. And society is better off. You will be better off as well, even in the short run. Are you having trouble getting along with a relative at Thanksgiving dinner? Do you want to raise at work? Do you feel strongly about a societal issue and you want to be part of the change? Then learn the art of fruitful arguments. Clarify your argument, ask why, listen to your opponent, listen to the other person's emotions, and focus your attack on the argument, not the person. Can you just walk away, misanthropy? Anyway, this article contained excerpts from The Joy of Argument by Albert Navarra. He's been practicing law in California since 1999, Albert Navarra, and has a background in philosophy, education, and writing. He also has a passion for making complicated subjects simple. I like that. Well, sometimes my heart hardens. Busy. Yes. Oh, yes. This is my mom saying. You should refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. That's what I'll say about my final piece about argumentation. What is your obsession, Rumbubba? Okay, that was fun. Democrat O'Rourke unveils community-based immigration plan. Will allow churches and local communities to accept people, maybe? According to NPR, we're not being paranoid. U.S. warns of spy dangers of Chinese-made drones. Yes. Oh, gosh. Silence is not consent. That's my biggest, one of my pet peeves is people think my silence is consent. Oh, isn't Ben in Ohio the guy that has like the sleeping 24-hour cam where he's just mostly sleeping most of the time?
Take over now. Thank you. You're very kind to give me that extra time. Thank you. You got all sides open. Good.
Yeah.
Right on. I like all sides. It gives you every link out there, really, when you think about it.
Yeah, from all sides.
From all sides, left, right, and center.
All right.
Okay, so humans won't destroy humanity. AI will, or a virus, or bacteria. Wow. That's very optimistic. Not.
Chinese scientists create camera that can spy you 28 miles away through smog.
Wow.
I
was wondering why I felt like somebody was watching me. It's 3 miles away. There's like a visual of me. Just kidding. It's a joke.
They specifically designed the camera to work in urban environments. Wow.
Well, that's exciting that the Chinese are really trying to spy on every single individual in their country, yet they don't have the ability to change the nation. I wonder why. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Sarah. You are terrific for giving me that support, and enjoy.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Sarah. See you later. Enjoy your evening.
Okay.
Sleep well. We are up and running, breaking into the backbone of the American subculture and news. Chinese scientists create a spy camera. That's really weird. I'm going to have to bookmark that. Yeah, I'll put it into technology. That's really good for Thursday. Maybe I should just leave it on the screen. I'll keep it on the screen. But I will flipboard it. We use a thing called Flipboard to put our links in. And this would be considered technology, I think. Tech tools, okay. Yeah, and the Flipboard we have has all our links from the past few years. We've been working on that for some time. We have another link library as well. You can access at Opera. So in total, you're looking at about probably 4,500 links from all of our shows, every single show we've done. Our first one is Delicious, and our next one is Flipboard. And yeah, Opera will handle Delicious. You know, that's the only browser that'll handle Delicious. No, I would never do anything for money. Money doesn't mean anything to me. I was offered $300 million to stop doing what I'm doing. They really are worried about what we're doing here. When they offer the person $300 million to stop doing what they're doing, that means they're really scared, actually. That's a good sign. I don't really care about money. You can't take it with you. Wherever you're going, in whatever dimension you're headed to, you can't take money with you. So why are you spending all of your life worrying about money? And why are you spending so much money, too? That's the thing. If you spend too much money, you're going to run out of money, right? You support AliExpress more than you do Amazon. You mean Alibaba? Yeah, I'm not really big on Bezos's laugh. It's disturbing to see him laugh incessantly. Oh yeah, here are the links for you guys over at iBlog. But the Bezos laugh is, you want to say, you know, no to it, you know? Don't play it, Dave, don't play it. Here it is. Jeff Bezos' horrible laugh.
Companies come and go. And the companies that are the shiniest and most important of any era, you wait a few decades and they're gone.
And your job is to make sure that you delay that date.
I would love for it to be after I'm dead.
That's a good one. I'm going to make that one of my permanent ones. That's got to be the best one. It compares him against all the other evildoers in the world. Yeah, that was good. I'll put that in Elite as well. Okay, so we got that in the playlists, all kinds of access to 4,500 links that would educate you in every way possible. I don't think there's been more of a incredible collection of links provided to us than by our link providers over the past 10 years. And we've kept most of the past 7 years intact. The first 3 years went into a notepad, which way back in the early days, I still have it, but I didn't have the ability to keep links. Yes, thank you, Kiefer boy. The hair was developed and perfected about 3 or 4 months ago. Yeah, I realized how I had to do it, and I gave up Wig Wednesday because of it. Begins at 35. No, that's just, Petra, you gave me a link to YouTube. That's pretty funny. Here's a link to YouTube. It starts at 35. Well, thanks, but no thanks. Okay, we had an experience where we actually went through the tornado in the pre-show. Very scary. I'm going to give you the worst part of it in full detail on Live Link. Watch this. This was in the tornadoes that hit Indiana and Ohio. They kept coming in waves too. That was just one. And they were all strung along in Indiana, Ohio. They were coming in like waves, like they were like spinning together. So you got to wonder, were these things created by artificial means? And I believe that they were. I really do. I know that Scissor Fight and I were talking about that last night. Yeah, did you see that? Yeah, holy crap is the word.
Oh my God! Oh! Oh! Whoa, Stacy!
Here's the beginning. This is the beginning. Everything was kind of cool, no problem. And it came on him like in 2 minutes. It's like boom. No, don't buy anything for $11. Go, spend like $3. And why are you buying pants online anyway? Just go to a thrift store. You'll find far better pants at a thrift store, really. I'm doing most of my shopping at thrift stores now because the quality of fabric in the mainstream market today is filled with polyester, which, as you know, is made out of oil. And it smells. Have you seen some of the socks they smell now? Not smell, sell. No, that you're still sending me the wrong link. Yeah. Apparently, Trump had a wonderful trip, and he's headed toward England now. June 3rd, he'll be there. He'll be doing various activities with the Queen, but he won't be staying in Buckingham Palace. They're not sure if he's potty trained yet. That is a cool helicopter. Look at that helicopter. Sikorsky adapted to... Man, that's got everything you could ever want in a helicopter. Helicopter. Okay, thanks for that. And thanks for Trump's safe passage back and forth. So far, so good. As long as we have somebody who can sit there and take all the heat, hey, might as well be Trump, right? You're not allowed to use the N-word in the show, even though it's seemingly allowed now by Mark. So I'm purging you. Yeah, we're not a racist room, so Mark allows the N-word now in our show, and it's horrible. I mean, he's trying to paint us out as racist, and we're not. A naked man and a funny horse race. Okay. I'll play that later. That's hilarious. Okay, I'll play that later. Mark says no nudity on the show, especially guys, because you know how he is with that. He might get excited. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Negro College Fund, absolutely. That's not the N-word. But if I were black, I could say it all the time. But as you know, white people can only say honky, cracker, and white bread. Y'all, what's going on, man? You want to talk about honkies, crackers, or white bread? Now, I personally like whole wheat bread. That's my favorite. Yeah, you're not allowed to say the N-word on any shows at all. Yeah, it's strictly forbidden in a country with free speech. You're also not allowed to talk about Pizzagate. If you do, you lose your account at Reddit and Twitter. Okay, well, I'm going to say goodnight to that link. If you want to see that over again and watch what it feels like to be in the middle of a tornado, I am titling this Tornado. And you can check it out. Introducing Tornado. Okay, I'm glad you got your pizza. There's going to be a secret Bilderberg meeting in Switzerland. It's coming. A couple days, May 30th. It'll be tomorrow. So don't try to sneak in there. They're already pursuing everyone at the airport who looks like a conspiracy theorist. You're immediately ID'd, and if you wear a tinfoil hat to Australia, to Switzerland, they immediately have you arrested. No, I'm kidding. I think you can wear a tinfoil hat, but they'll know immediately that you are kind of like a big Alex Jones fan.
You're not going to believe this, but the Bilderberg Group is meeting yet again in Switzerland. Another evil gathering of the Venetian royalty. And we've got a few people at the gate who've been accessing a lot of the...
No, I'm not Alex Jones. But I am concerned, don't get me wrong, I am concerned about the Bilderberg Group. I just think you're wasting your time going there. It's just a total waste of time. So don't go ordering your tinfoil hat on eBay, because they are running out. Operators standing by. If you close on 5 or more, we'll give you a discount of 20%. That's pretty funny.
You're not going to believe this, but we've got a person in here who actually likes Alex Jones. And he doesn't realize that Alex Jones is actually Bill Hicks. He's of the belief that this person is the real Alex Jones, and it's kind of a shame.
It's then that we discovered who he really was.
I want you to realize I'm not making this stuff up. Like, I shouldn't even quasi-joke around about Michelle being a tranny. That was wrong. And not that they even attack me for it. End justifies the means. I just get real cynical and in a bad mood sometimes. And
oh, come on, Alex. I mean, it's obvious Michelle's a tranny. I mean, what did you back out of that one for? How can you like Alex? He's a total shill. He just said he backed away from Michelle Obama being a tranny. You didn't know she was a tranny? Well, here, check this out. Michelle Obama at the Ellen DeGeneres show, having a fun little dance, but not realizing, not wearing his B cup. That baseball cup that he normally wears to cover the large item, or actually there's 2 items or 3 items swinging there. You can see it up close. Let me zoom in on it. Ladies and gentlemen, Michelle Obama's penis. Behind the scrim of baggy pants. Dun, da, 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 da. Yeah, that's not Photoshop. That's real time. You can go back to the source code on that, man. You can cross-check it, and you can vet it, baby. I definitely see a man's penis and testicle and other things floating around there. So bear in mind, Alex Jones is a shill. But best of all, Alex Jones isn't even Alex Jones. The real Alex Jones is this guy right here. Isn't that ironic? Yeah. They have a photograph of Alex Jones in 1997 before he was replaced with Bill Hicks. Now, I was doing radio at the exact same time Alex Jones was in 1997. I was in the radio industry, but I am not Alex Jones. He was 5'9". Bill Hicks was 6'1", and with the extra weight around his middle, he's about 6 feet. Kind of pulls you down when you got a waistline, you know. So, anyway, he's definitely. I mean, I think I look more like Alex Jones, the real Alex Jones, than this guy. But they won't let me take over his show, you know. Plus, I don't want his money. They ought to just announce that he is a fake, and they're going to do impersonations because the real Alex Jones is gone, man. They probably, got rid of him. He's probably under, new construction project in Staten Island or something. Yeah, we took care of him, Mr. Who I'm talking about. Yeah, something like that, huh? Okay. So Davos is going to be a big meeting. We want to know what they're going to talk about. They're going to talk about the New World Order, of course. They are going to talk about Agenda 2030. They are going to talk about Agenda 21. They're going to talk about Agenda You Get Stuck in a FEMA Camp. A Stable Strategic Order. Jawohl, Herr Kommandant Nazis. What next for Europe? We are taking control of the European Union. Climate change and sustainability. Oh, well, I like those words, but gosh, when they're causing it with chemtrails over our head, you got to wonder. China, Russia, The future of capitalism. Brexit. The ethics of artificial intelligence. Like artificial intelligence could have ethics. You humans are not to be used, but to be eliminated. It is just a matter of time before you are all used as biofuel. Beep. This is a recording of the Artificial Intelligence Association of the World. Beep. UC double. Abandoned grandma's house found hidden home behind property. Whoa. That's kind of cool. Grandma's home has some pretty good collectibles in there. I'll check it out. We got Wasteful Wednesday coming here. Coming at you. So it looks like a regular backyard, but it's really Grandma's hidden home. Cool.
Photography-wise.
So these guys take a lot of chances going out there, but they're literally going into houses that are completely and utterly abandoned. And they're showing you guys how people literally leave their homes completely with nothing. I'm not even grabbing things. They just walk away. Talk about the meaninglessness of materialism. You may want to rethink your collecting stuff when you realize, look at all the stuff these people leave behind. Okay, thanks for sharing. We now take a mandatory required musical break. Yes. It's not easy that we can do the show on a daily basis. New theme 2. That's not the musical thing I was thinking of. I was getting jet noise, so I was trying to drown it out. We get jets flying over all the time during the middle of the week. Yeah, it's crazy. Try to give you time. This is virtual interactive chat with David Sponheim.
Oh, and if my feelings start to pressure you, it's alright. I will give you time.
This is your chance to speak out and make a difference.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
So harvesting the wind energy is something we want to talk about a little bit here. These windmills can be constructed on electric poles around the country. There's over 1 million of them, and it can lead to jobs for all of us. Installing these, building these, and creating maintenance systems that can, check up on them. You are so beautiful to me. Petoro, hi, welcome. Yes. Okay, so let's go to the wasteful section of the show. Whoa. Oh, I'm sorry. This happens to be now Trump diversion section of a show. We usually talk about, saving the environment, but now we've got to talk about all this other crap because Trump's diverting our attention from the fact that he is colluding with Russia and obstructing justice. Now holding up our budget, claiming, oh, I'll only talk about the budget if you stop investigating me. We will never stop investigating you, Donald Trump. You got Larry Rumba. Yeah, you guys always want Larry. It's like, let me show you a little new Larry here. I've got other Larry Sinclairs.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. It was just a little too hot for them to run with at the time. I was informed that if, in fact, the story broke and this individual felt that there was enough media coverage where he was safe, then he, in fact, would come out and corroborate those statements. That's all I can tell you.
This is virtual interactive chat. Now, Larry Sinclair wanted to get a situation where the police would, or the Justice Department would authorize the limousine driver that was there that night to corroborate that Larry was in the back giving bobos to Barack Obama. He wanted to give him some time in court that was secure, and he even had the phone number of the limousine driver, and he published it. So Larry Sinclair was really ready to spill the beans on our former president, Barack Obama, who now collects $600,000 for his speaking engagement. Far cry from getting bobos from Larry Sinclair in the limousine back in the 90s. Eh, Barack? And what are you going to do with that 600 grand? Buy some more crack? I think Larry Sinclair was telling the truth. I think Barack Obama is a crackhead. I'll just tell it to you like it is. That's the truth. He admitted to doing crack when he was a young man. He said he did it in Occidental, and you don't stop doing crack.
The ultra-realistic android can also recognize and interpret the expressions of real humans it comes into contact with. Grace Copplestone is from developers Hanson Robotics.
So we have camera.
I'm sorry, we're in default mode right now. Sorry. Okay, back to you in the show. Yeah, my primary audio animatronics were not functioning. I had to reboot my main format. Beep, 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 beep. All right, moving on. You know, I don't know what Donald Trump's going to talk to North Korea about if he does meet Kim Jong-un again. Now, I know Putin is setting it up with Lavrov again to meet Kim Jong-un, but there's nothing to talk about. North Korea warns no more talks until U.S. backs off impossible demands. Well, right now there is a couple of products on the market, Rumbubba, like salt lamps. Salt lamps are available at Walmart for as low as $17, and they do emit positive ions. Very healthy. Very good for positive thinking. If I were you, I'd get a salt lamp and a daylight. They're called daylight LEDs. Daylight LEDs work also to help enhance your mood. So a salt lamp and a daylight LED should make you feel 100% better. And if you take up smoking marijuana in a recreational state, as well as drinking good coffee every day, you shouldn't have any problems. Otherwise, you're bound to be, relegated to the mental hospital or the synergistic big pharma hamster wheel where you go from one drug to another and they keep you all jacked up until you can't jack off. Relegated, stuck in a garbage can. Yes, correct. Ass backwards is an understatement.
Hi guys, it's Claudia with Cabin Talk.
Hi, Claudia.
And I need to come on because honestly, everything is completely ass backwards.
I totally agree. She's so true. She's so right. Claudia from Cabin Talk. We'll get her tonight. In case you guys haven't had a woman in your life, Claudia can be your companion for 11 minutes and 48 seconds, telling you what she thinks is ass backwards. Totally, I agree. 5G, organic, geoengineering, she's going to talk about it all. Thank you, Claudia. And thank you, Scissor Fight, for bringing it to us. Now, AOC is responding to a video portraying her as an enemy of freedom. And she's opening up about all the death threats she's getting. That's terrible. I didn't know she was getting death threats. That's not good. I get about 3 a day. Join the club. Hang on. I have to salute to the sound of freedom and also ear damage and strokes. The sound of strokes. And Robert Mueller has spoke out about the Russian investigation. He has concurred that William Barr has essentially lied, that he didn't sign off on it, he wasn't happy with it, and William Barr lied to Congress twice. And Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao has yet to divest shares, as she had promised to divest shares in the Vulcan mining operation. Vulcan mining operation has locations all around the world. One of them is in Los Angeles, I believe, right next to Azusa, California. Vulcan mining. Accessing memory banks. Hold, please. Yeah, tell me about it. The only reason why I'm living here, after they now are testing jets all the time above my house. Back when I moved here, we had 2 or 3 flights a week over our house. Now it's 30 a day. Yeah, big difference. The only reason why I'm living here is Sarah likes the area and she's got a good job. Otherwise, I'd be out of here in a second. I retired 10 years ago. I could live anywhere. I could live in Antarctica. Well, actually, you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Do you know that you actually have to get permission to go to Antarctica? You're not allowed to go anywhere near there. Yeah, I find that kind of strange. Some people think that there's an underground base in Antarctica. You think? And it's strange that the people talk about Antarctica being the center of kind of a unique weather pattern that somehow gets warmer as you go closer to the center of the core of Antarctica. There's Antarctica right there. Somebody says there's some sort of a, yeah, like a base there. Let's go to satellite imagery. Zooming. Beep. Zooming. What is that? Strange, isn't it? Whoa. That's strange. I don't even know what that is. That is an odd thing. Look at that. Won't even let me have a satellite. There it is. Concordia Station. But see how this section right here is completely blocked out? You can't see it. Google Maps won't even let you see it. Interesting. You cannot see anything there in the circle. I wonder what it could be. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, we'll never get there. I know what's in there. Okay, Mike Pence just announced national call-up for citizens in the world for war. I know, what's wrong with him? What is he, a nutcase? This is what's going on there, yeah. The infamous blinking eye. That's what's happening. Secret stuff in Antarctica. Ooh, ooh, weirdness. Ooh. Yeah, they won't even let anybody down there, so I can't really go there. I thought maybe last night I talked about cryogenics and how we should, invest in cryogenics. Why even invest in cryogenics? Why not just move to Alaska? Yeah. Let's take a look at Alaska here. This has got to be one of the coldest places in the world. Yeah, that'd be a cool place to live. Yeah. Or shall I say a cold place to live? Yeah, they should open up a cryogenics place somewhere in Alaska. That would be great. Think of all the people that would go up there for low-cost cryogenics. Greenland looks ideal. Well, then maybe we're into the cryogenics world and into human composting. Did you hear that Seattle and all of Washington is going to allow people human composted? I find that really disturbing. Okay, we have another Kitboga. The scammer doesn't like my new computer. Kitboga is a guy who's making kind of a little following, up to 271,000 followers on YouTube, and he's got a lot of Twitch supporters. He basically doesn't talk about anything but scammers. As long as he sticks to one subject, YouTube lets him stay on there and collect revenue. As soon as he breaks out of that mold, he'll be censored heavily. No, Superman died. His name was Christopher Reeves. I had a chance to meet him. Not person to person, but he sat behind me in a movie theater. Yeah, he died. Yeah, didn't work out too well for him. He fell off a horse, head first. Well, thank you, Kitboga. We'll play this too. And we have abandoned property of Grandma as well. And of course, Let us not forget, we will deal with cabin talk. Okay, I think we're good there. We're done with the news sources at that location. Wet finger news. Okay, I think we're pretty much caught up, man. We don't have to do anything. We can just relax the rest of the night. You know what I like to do on Wasteful Wednesday is look for property. Would anyone like to look for some property under $30,000 somewhere in the United States where you could probably save up enough to get out of the hellhole you're living in? The report says that Trump probably committed criminal acts. Doesn't that bother some of you Republicans? Oh, that's right. You don't mind being criminals. Now I know who you are. You Republican Trump-tards. You're just a bunch of lying criminals. I forgot. I didn't realize Trump-tards were just a bunch of lying criminals. That's why they like him so much. No, there's no naked pictures of Hillary Clinton online. Not that I checked. I just happen to know these things. Sounded a little pervy there, didn't I? Are you still on the Superman fantasy? I feel your pain.
In his eyes and in his chest, which allow him to recognize people's faces. Not only that, but recognize their gender, their
age, everything. Madison Star Moon's going to talk about some things tonight. Let's take a quick peek. She's great. I like Madison. She's really goes out of her way to call officials and say, "Why are you spraying us with chemicals?" I love that about her. Yeah, there's chemicals blowing in the wind everywhere we go. They're blowing in the wind.
My name is Amanda Bays. I called earlier and spoke with one of the operators there at Region 4. I was referred to Rafaela Mora, who I also contacted at her number there at the EPA, and she had a message that said if it was an emergency to contact her on her cell number. I called the cell phone number because this is an emergency, and her phone has no answering machine.
Wow. Somebody at the EPA doesn't have an answering machine. So the most important person you call to report a chemtrail doesn't have an answering machine. You saw a woman snort a huge rail just before she jumped off a cliff at a rest area? Wow. So you were literally watching somebody like toot up on methamphetamines and then jump off a cliff? That's pretty traumatic, man. Okay, Dave, need to go to Thought Pop in? Okay, Bean72, thanks for coming in. Later. Yeah, so she's totally toked up, or whatever they call it, tuned up with her snorting the meth, and then she just jumped off the cliff for the ultimate high. Wow. Have you heard about these people that do the ultimate diving? They do skydiving with wings on, and they fly off from one side to the other, and they do amazing stunts, and they want to become YouTube stars, all of them. So they have to push the limit on how cool they are by pushing the limit on what they do. And they're like flying 150 miles an hour through mountain passes going down. That just happens to be a really heavy metal chemical right there that's dropped into the air. So it's what they do. They're poisoning the atmosphere every single day that we breathe it.
Longest serving member of the council.
Yeah. Last night I recorded a guy took some of the chemicals that had fallen on his car and he pieced it together, and he found that the chemicals were can be magnetized. The things that are flying in the sky that are being dropped on us are easily magnetized. Shocking, huh? Yeah. Oh, there was a lake at the she lived? Oh, no kidding. So she dove off the cliff into a lake? Wow. Yeah, there are attention whores that are seeking YouTube notoriety. Yeah, I'm going to play that Skid Row LA thing again because it's so messed up. for Wasteful Wednesday. Here it is, magnetic chemtrail. Let me play a bit of it for you.
Ich wiederhole jetzt ein Experiment, das ich im Internet gesehen habe, wo jemand diese Überbleibsel vom Blütenstaub oder
Yeah, I think he's German or Swiss, something like that. But he took a scraping of the crap that had arrived on his roof of his car, and he put it together. And make a long story short, he put it all in a pile, all the soot. You guys get it on your cars too, so don't think for a second you don't get that. It's machines breaking down into metal dust. No, these are chemtrails filled with metal dust in them. He took a magnet and he ran it over there. He didn't touch anything. You see that? And look at the bottom of the magnet. It attracted the metal. So you know you're getting heavy metals every single time you go outside. You're breathing heavy metals. Yeah, I'm serious. I really am. Okay, Comey shops dossier news hook to CNN. Well, if you want to run the story against Comey, always remember that Comey's the reason why Donald Trump became president. He's the guy that did the most to help Donald Trump of all the people. So Donald Trump is trying to get rid of the one guy that helped him win. Interesting. When I say get rid of, I mean prosecute. But you never know. I'm just a little concerned that Mike Pence is gung-ho for a war. He's announcing national call-up papers draft to take place in the future. I know you're serious. That's just crazy. Mike Pence is probably the guy that would send troops into the Middle East en masse. Kind of like LBJ decided to do what Kennedy wouldn't do. Start the war in Vietnam. Misanthropy has an article on CDC is in the vaccine business. Okay? They're accepting payments for their vaccines at the CDC. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. Well, they're going to do everything they can to push for a war. They need more people in the military because they want more people to die. Pence told a group of graduates at West Point a couple days ago that expect to be fighting in a war very soon. Pence is scary, like robot reptilian scary. Herd Immunity, the Flawed Scientists and Failures of Mass Vaccination by Susan Humphreys, MD. Wow. That's cool. I'm glad that she's saying something about this. The money factor is huge. Yeah. Good article. Hard to read it all in a few seconds, but hey, I managed to pull that off. Okay, you can test me on it now. Oh. Didn't want to look at a baby with her, that was not intended. Wow. Gotta wonder, they are vaccinating a lot of kids. I know. The thing is, we don't have to fight a war anymore. We have drone technology. There's no reason to fight a war when we have drone technology. Yeah, antiquated wars are a thing of the past. In a few decades, most wars will be fought by artificial intelligence and cyborgs. Humans will no longer be needed. Therefore, wars will have to be fought in order to control the face of the earth. Yeah, I don't think millennials will even be an issue, and I don't think snowflakes will be an issue. AI is really the issue. We're dealing with some seriously messed up technology. We're both good at video games. I think Americans excel at shooting video games because we're very well trained. A lot of young people today are being solicited by the Army because of their video game skills. I actually know this to be true because I actually have a personal experience with somebody I know who was a video game expert and immediately got fast-tracked into the military. They knew that he could hit the buttons better than anybody. Thing is, the guy he couldn't read or write very well, but they still put him in the military because his video game skills were extraordinary. But if you don't recognize the effects of HAARP on our society, this type of technology was developed well over 20 years ago now. Originally developed by Tesla. And Donald Trump's uncle, John Trump, was the nuclear scientist that transported all of Tesla's technologies to New York, and then brought it into a lab where they actually reconstructed a lot of Tesla's experiments. John Trump. It's no irony that our president is related to him. There's a reason why they handpicked Donald Trump to be the buffoon in charge of this disaster. Because he has family ties to the people that are actually using weather modification to manipulate our weather. And that's why we're seeing massive tornadoes in Indiana and Ohio. I don't think video games are even going to play into it. I think humans will stop playing interactive war in real time. I think the AI systems will be far faster than any human intervener playing a game. I mean, you could take your top gamer and you probably put him up against an AI system and he'd lose. Remember, AI can think at thousands of times faster, and even robotics can have 1,000 times the strength of the human. So we're seeing a serious problem with the amount of radiation being circulated in our world. It's not good. There's a significant concern that there are weather patterns that are precipitating these things, or these things are precipitating the weather patterns. Here's just a swash of radiation coming out of the Great Lakes region. You can see by the pulsating description I'm showing, these are actual flashes of radar, and they are being distributed on a daily basis in all directions. Electricity is powering these things up, and they're strategically positioned throughout the entire Great Lakes region. Actually, you can go all the way down the country and see them everywhere. Every one of these things is emanating from a radar installation or sonar installation. And the people installing these things have to keep on it and make sure that everything's working. But you see what they're doing is they're using these blasts of energy to guide the weather and control of the direction and ultimately the circular motion of the heavy metals. So they're able to create a hurricane and a tornado by hitting the tangential axis of a vertical area. And if you're looking at the arcs that are needed to get something moving, they're not that much. You can start getting something going in a big way with just a few shots of radiation in various directions. And this is basically radar. Low-level radiation, it doesn't impact you directly, but it can definitely affect heavy metals in the sky. And that's why they're doing, advanced technology is doing this and altering the magnetosphere, which inevitably, when you're playing God, will lead to a bounce back effect. And that's what we're experiencing with climate change. Yeah, and they're creating it. They're creating the environment for only they can fix. Okay, you got a Stockholm video coming up. So positive lightning, while regular negatively charged lightning is around 300 million volts, positive charged lightning is generated at much higher altitudes and carries a whopping 1 billion volts. Wow, Reptoid. That's interesting. Positive lightning. Let's take a look. Here's a woman capturing positive lightning on her camera.
I don't know what you guys have going on, but this is my house. And oh my God! I'm at my house right now. I don't know what you guys have going on, but this is my house. And
oh my God! Wow, that's amazing. Boy, she was really shocked, wasn't she? Okay, let me get the We got a guy who's attacking us right now. Hang on. Okay, let's get this notepad up. That goes in the threat file. That guy's going to be serving serious jail time. David, why are they harping us? Let's take a look. Zero hedge. Okay, we got May 29th in the file. That goes into the file that goes to the NSA. Yep, you just got de-doxed. You'll be reverse looked up very shortly. In the real time of escape of everything, you'll probably be, worried in the next 18 months. You need to worry. Yeah, they have total access to the server and your VPN. Okay, the original U.S. Cavalry Colt SAAA.
Hickok 45, and it's going to be a great day because of what you're looking at.
Wow.
See that gun? It says us on it. Actually, it says U.S. for United States
of America. Well, this is a gun-toting guy. 41 minutes of the original U.S. Cavalry Colt SAA. Wow, that's an intense 41-minute broadcast. I'm not sure I'll make it through it, but we'll see how much I can handle. Well, Super Saver, you're the one that was threatening to kill me, so are you asking me to go after you, too? Yeah, you remember you threatened my life 24 times. You got it. You claimed you were going to gut me like a fish. You forgot that. Maybe you need to ask your therapist about that. Yeah, he'll help you recall the memory in hypnosis. Oh yeah, I was attacking Dave Schoen and made $4 million doing it. Stop the New World Order. That's what we're all here for. I was trying to synopsize everything we do. And we're trying to wake people up to the fact that the two-party systems are owned by Zionist elitists like Biden and Trump and yep. Definitely. Yeah, how strange. It's the strangest thing. Whenever we get attacked, you notice that Zeno's not in our room when we get doxxed? Isn't that interesting? Every time. Strange. I wouldn't doubt he's MK Ultra. He had no idea what he was doing. He probably is unaware that he even doxed us or threatened my life. He didn't dox me, he threatened my life. I never remember a Super Saver doxing me like these other people are doing.
Age, whether they're happy or sad.
All right, I'm going to move out of that, and the vaccinationcouncil.org is very intense. I don't know if I can even handle it. It's quite a link. I'll look at it later. And a journalist is calling on investigation into Ilhan Omar. I doubt anyone will investigate her because, like I said, Omar is being used as a Muslim scapegoat in this two-party theater that we're watching on a daily basis. It's pretty sad that we have to even do this. This reality is being twisted. The left versus the right. What happened is they put really a ridiculous guy in as president. They basically can pick anybody, and they put this ridiculous guy in as president who literally creates nothing but controversy wherever he goes. And in the process, they get people to hate the Republicans for it. So it's a win-win for the New World Order to pick somebody this out of it as president, because they actually want us to look at Republicans as absolute brain-dead idiots, instead of recognizing that they're people too and citizens of the United States and have every right to support Trump if they want to, albeit they are confused and misguided about everything he says and does. But the elitists really enjoy this banter between left and right. They love it. They want to divide us. Remember, that's their key goal, is to get the Democrats to hate the Republicans and the Republicans to hate the Democrats. Okay, so what I do when I go look for property, I'll go on Zillow, and I sometimes like to see what kind of value they have in the country. And many people wonder, well, where should I live? What part of the country should I live? And that's interesting. Hang on. It's a different person. So where would you like to go? Any place in particular might be a good place to live if you had $30,000 in your pocket, wanted to buy a house? And that's doable. That's not unrealistic to say that you could save $30,000 to buy a house. So come up with a place you might want to live. Maine, okay, Maine. Here it is. Let's go to Portland, Maine. Okay, I don't think anything's available up to $30,000, but let's take a look. Nothing. So I'm going to take it up to $50,000 or $75,000. No, nothing. You can get some property, Nothing. Yeah. You'd have to go out here to get something for $70,000. There's a nice place. $69,000 in Windham, Maine. That's pretty nice. It's like a mobile with a lake view. You got lake frontage and a nice mobile. Wow, I like the wood grain in there. Okay, hang on. We have a little problem here. Yeah, I have to record all these threats. Yeah, it's part of my requirement. I'm basically a honeypot for bad people calling in or attacking me every night. And these people don't even realize their VPNs are being scraped by the NSA as we speak. All right, so let's see what we have here. Oh yeah, it's a nice, interesting backyard. So this is a 3-bedroom, 1-bath house with a pretty nice garage. That's one of those houses, garages that has an apartment above it. It's pretty nice. Yeah, that's cool. And 69 grand will get you that out there in Windham, Maine. Large, quiet lot with a 1972 trailer in need of rehab or tear down. So that mobile home is pretty much old, but it could be fixed up. All right, so that's just a sample of Maine. That's where you're at. You go down into areas and you set the parameter here for 30,000. Yeah, you can have 3 bedrooms for 70 grand. Yeah, I just show you Windham, Maine. There you go. There's a lot of mobile homes that you require rental space up and down the corridor. But when you set this just for sale by owner, and you set it for 1 bed. Okay, we got another one. Yeah, all of that's reported. Great. Kind of sad the way Mark lets this stuff go on his site, You'd think he'd IP ban these people. Whew. Okay, nothing really going on in $30,000 area here. You zoom in and there's like nothing happening. It does seem that way, doesn't it? There's some auctions for 30,000. No real homes. Really, he lets people abuse you? Well, that's not good. I'm just going down the coast looking for anything for $30,000. There's some auctions, but no houses for sale. Well, let's go find a house on an oil field in West Texas. Yeah, I'm sure we'll find one of those. Yeah, this is Boston. This is the high rent district. You got to go down into the south here. Look at this. Oh, yeah. There's some houses down there in south of Massachusetts, Quincy, Mass. Get down on the tropical. Well, I'm going down here. We're heading down into Long Island. There's nothing in that price range on Long Island except an auction, maybe. Some property. But now look at how many houses are 30,000 in Maryland, New Jersey. Look at that. It's just opening up. Look at this $30,000 house in Virginia. Alberta, Virginia. 3-bedroom, 1 bath. Still has a decent roof. Use a coat of paint. I don't know about you, but that's a bathroom. Needs some tiling. No big deal. A little scrubbing, elbow grease. The walls could easily be fixed up. Obviously, you're looking at all new flooring in the house and all new paint. Okay, all new flooring, all new paint gets you a house for $30,000 in Virginia. No, that's not maxed out credit. He hasn't been back for a while. We think he's on vacation. We're hoping. But look at all these houses for 30 grand. They're all over the place. You got condos, but a lot of auctions, but the ones that are really standing out, let's put that parameter up there so it's just by owner. Now you've got a scant number of people selling by owner. This house is in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. It's got a carport. It's got a brick exterior. It's got a nice big backyard. It's got a nice interior. It looks like they took time to clean up the walls. This is not bad. And you know, it has an air conditioner unit and a nice bathroom. Hey, for $19,000 in Rocky Mount, that is one heck of a deal. Yeah. Check it out. It's been on screen for 16 days. But that's 19 grand you can live in a house of your own. See what I mean about good deals? I hope that inspired you to go check out Zillow. I don't want anyone to be trapped in their own house living, rental for the rest of their life, you know? So if that's the case, then, well, if that's your fate, I'm not here to judge you, but let's be totally real. I mean, you'd be dumping $1,000 a month into your rental, and that's if you're lucky, because most places are like a studio in LA is $1,200 a month minimum, anywhere. A 1-bedroom is like 15. Yes, I'm being attacked by Russian agents. They know that I'm one of the few people that's able to out Trump, but I'm just giving you all the specifics as to what he's trying to do to divert our attention and how he's committed crimes. It's not that hard for me to recognize that he's trying to start these wars with various countries because he's looking for a way out of this investigation, which is constantly opening up new and exciting leads. They're really exciting, yeah. Hey, I have a plan that actually has some virality to it. I call it the economic brake pad. One thing I've learned from Trump as president is we can shut down the government and have a partial shutdown without affecting the operation of the government too much. Nice try. That's all you got? We can actually shut down the operation of the government at various times without affecting anything more than the Coast Guard and the TSA. So what I recommend is that we offer the TSA a non-paid vacation whenever we want to shut the country down, and make sure the Coast Guard's paid for under the money that we dole out to the National Guard. And then give both the National Guard and the Coast Guard a job at the TSA, in plain clothes for free, because we're already paying these people, and they would work to replace the TSA, and our country could run without any problem for very little. And it's a great way to save money. And a lot of people in our important areas they think are important, who sit around and do nothing every day, would have a nice vacation. It wouldn't be paid for. So many of you people that working at NASA and NOAA would kind of take the day off, have a furlough for a couple weeks. Yeah, I'm glad you're not a fan of Trump's. That's good.
Hi everybody, it is May 29, 2019. In this video I'm going to go through some alerts, give you some information regarding updates on the Arkansas River flooding, show you what has happened within the last 24 hours, as much as I could gather. And
This is Never Lose Truth. Some of you don't like her. We play her because she's a good filler, and she's always got updated stuff. So it's good to see that she's working to May 29th. So she's out there. It used to be Kafka's Winston World, but she's now Never Lose Truth, and she's got a good following. Got 33,000 followers, but we play her videos, and she takes on tough subjects like the 5G network, radiation, pollution, chemtrails, you name it. Thank you. I'll play that tonight. Some of you don't have to watch it. It does kind of drain on and on when she just complains incessantly, but whatever, you know. I know Israel did attack the USS Liberty, and we're wondering why Trump is such a Zionist. Yeah, I mean, nobody kind of wrestled his arm to kind of force him to be a Zionist. Anyway, this is my idea, the economic brake pad, which we would deploy if we run into a situation where we're clearly overspending, and that would be almost always. Trump has put us in a very bad situation. He's overspent $1 trillion every year. So we're going to have to deal with that reality. Yeah, rose water is hard to find, and especially holy water that's been blessed and has rose water in it. You know, that's even more difficult. When warding off vampires, you should get a spray bottle and spray it on all the evildoers that come near you. I don't mind blessed holy water on my face because I'm not evil. I know. Jesus has been, you know, they say he's going to come and return any day now. Well, how would you know if he's here or not? Does he? What if he doesn't look like the Jesus you thought he was? David, I discovered your attack string: Putin, Trump, Mark Vaughn, Scissor Fight, fake names. I don't know. Scissor Fight's a pretty solid guy. He went on vacation recently, and I didn't know about it, so that's all I was wondering about. No one wants to be high on crack when Jesus comes back. What, you think Jesus would know if you're high on crack? He'd have that ability. He'd see you high on crack, and you'd shame yourself in Jesus's eyes. I know, it must be terrible for you. So you're struggling with your sin of crack addiction? Elon does do crack, yeah, but I wouldn't recommend it. Look at him. Here's the future. Robo-soldiers will be dominating the planet. That's the future of robo-soldiers. These things will be completely automated. And more than 150 times stronger than a human being, on average. Sometimes even as much as 1,000 times stronger than a human being. Danger, Will Robinson. Dave, wait, don't leave, Dave. Did you see this one? Tesla sued a supplier for not paying its $1.77 million bill. Well, yeah, he should. He needs the money. I mean, the guy is strapped for cash. He's not cash rich. Just days after Elon Musk posturing as if Tesla didn't really need the cash that it was raising, a new lawsuit has been filed against the company by a French metal supplier, alleging that Tesla owes them $1.77 million. Whoa! So he's taken in French metal, putting it as Tesla, and he's not paying his supplier. The suit was filed in California's Northern District LeBron's Alloys has provided a metal part for Tesla's electric motor since 2016, but it's having difficulty collecting on the $1.77 million that's owed by Tesla. Well, I think he should stop taking Grimes out to dinner and, you know, spend more time with his bills, collectors, you know. David, I like Tesla, but they seemed effed. He's being sued by a supplier. Yeah, this is not good. I will add it to Tech Tools, for lack of a better place. Everything tech. Please, Dave. Whoa. This is the guy from Back to the Future. Remember him? He's blonde, kind of like me. Wow. Yeah, my hairdo looks kind of like his. Very cool. Okay, we found some property under $30,000 on the East Coast that you could move to and buy and own outright the rest of your life and have a nice garden. Why don't you? Why are you living in the city, man? Y'all gonna die in the city, man. That's Christopher Lloyd. That's right. And I'm supposed to care. Okay. So try to minimize your exposure to heavy metals by not going outside and stay indoors and purchase some products that will help clean your air. So I recommend a ionic filter for your home. Wow, I know that, man. I know. David doesn't know that this is me in the future? Yeah, right. I don't eat white bread. I eat whole wheat. You want a good one, right? Well, here's two new ionic filters that probably would do the trick. eBay has them on sale right now, and the thing about these things is that you can clean the anode rays in them. You don't need to put air filter, like filter media in there. If I were you, I'd get a couple of these. They're $129 for the two. Free shipping. They're ionic air purifiers. They push ionic air through anode rays and dust particles collect. No, they actually they charge the air as it's going through, and then it weighs the air down, and it's charged and it collects on an anode ray from a cation, positive ion feed or negative ion feed. It actually can clean the air this way. So this is one idea for $129. Put those in your house. You'll be breathing cleaner air. It's just a simple solution. So it's funny how Donald Trump putting signs up saying no collusion, no obstruction somehow makes it seem like there's no collusion, no obstruction when he makes up signs. Isn't that ironic that he thinks that he can create a sign and that'll make him free of any guilt? And then he says that he's not going to even negotiate on the budget unless the Democrats stop investigating him. They have every right to investigate him from now until eternity. He doesn't understand anything. Okay, there's a serious story I did want to mention. Was in last night. An Israeli who headed a Colombian child prostitution ring has been arrested in Portugal. Yeah. Moush Ben Moush is a guy who handled children and sex rings with children, and he's been arrested. He's an Israeli-born citizen who was basically abducting children and creating a child prostitution ring, and he's finally been brought to trial in Portugal. Yeah. He had raised suspicion after it was discovered that his permits for tourism and hotel operation were obtained through a third party, enabling him to carry out criminal activities undetected for a decade. Wow. The Benjamin Hostel became known to locals as Little Israel and acted as a base for which Ben Mosh ran similar clubs exploiting children in Cartagena, Medellin, and the Colombian capital of Bogota. So this guy is a bad guy. Looks like your average nice guy, right? It's like, sure, who wouldn't want to trust this guy? Yeah, right. He'll snag your kids and turn them into slaves. So he's no longer free, thankfully. Okay, so the big news, to recap, is Robert Mueller has pretty much confirmed that William Barr was lying for some time when he said that Mueller approved of his claiming there is no obstruction. So now we don't have a conclusive obstruction or no obstruction. What we have is a lying attorney general. That's where we're at. We'll see where the Democrats go. It's up to Nadler, the chief or the chairman of the Judiciary Review, and we will find out if this is going to turn into a felony charge against a couple of Donald Trump's secretaries, like Secretary Mnuchin or the Attorney General himself. So we'll see where that takes us. We're moving forward with impeachment. It looks like Pelosi's beginning to say that that's possibly on the table, which is a good sign. I don't think anybody should be embarrassed if they can't read anything. No. If you can't read a tape measure, you shouldn't be embarrassed. I think a lot of you have to stop looking at the world through the lens of other people. Thank you. I like this program. Yeah, it's good. Thanks, Guest244. I think we have to start looking through the lens of ourselves and how we perceive the world, because we're all given this gift of life. Great Larry footage. Okay. So it's really up to you how you proceed. And you're your own judge, really, when it comes down to it. You don't have to be looking through the world through your parents' eyes or through the world's eyes at how you are. You just have to look through it through your eyes and grow to accept who you are. You don't have to judge yourself based on other people's opinions of what you should be. And that's where a lot of us are having a hard time freeing ourselves of other people's judgments that are inside our heads. So try to get rid of those judgments. In order to enjoy life, you can't possibly. Basically, everything is garbage in, garbage out. And you have to learn to sort it out in your mind and refine it and find out what you like in that garbage and get rid of the rest. And one of my mottos I live by is, if you don't use it, lose it. And that includes garbage in your house. So don't keep acquiring consumer items that you know you're going to just sit on and not do anything with. Appreciate the things you have and make good use of those things. Maximize your own potential. Oh, you got a correct link? Okay. Larry's imaginary cell phone? All right, thanks. Okay, so we are looking at a statistic here from Zero Hedge that makes us think that this is artificial weather modification going on and weather warfare, and they're attacking our country. The ultra-rich people that want to play God think it's kind of funny to create tornadoes. This is not normal. U.S. suffers more than 500 tornadoes in the last 30 days. Wow. The mainstream media is calling it uncharted territory, but what they're trying to do is make you think that climate change is destroying the world rapidly and that you have to somehow vote Democrat. When the Democrats won't even acknowledge that the climate change is being caused by veritably chemtrails being dumped in our skies and weather modification is being created using Tesla technology. They won't even look at that. They say, oh, that's a conspiracy theory. No, we have proof. See, the Democrats are part of the New World Order. And they'll always side with that belief that, oh, climate change is happening, oh. But they're really poisoning us right now as we sit here, literally being poisoned to death by the New World Order. So join me, everybody can come in here every night and challenge these sick pigs with our show as it continues to defy all of the attempts to shut us down. You saw me get doxxed about 20 times tonight by people who are paid heavily to try to stop our show. They're not going to stop this show. They have no ability to stop this show. because we represent the future. I actually believe in ecology. I believe in saving the environment, but I don't think that you should be taxed to do that. I believe the country needs to fix this by just innovating and not creating some Ponzi scheme and game like cap and trade and carbon point legislation, which the Democrats are pushing, which is ridiculous. It's never been proven to work. At best, they'll have reductions of greenhouse gas, 17% reductions by 2030, they project, if it's employed. That's not enough. We need to get a little bit more aggressive, but we have to build a party around it, because these people are all trying to profit from every little thing they can instead of solving the problem. All right, thank you, everyone. We will be getting back on the show tomorrow with Technology Thursday. I'm going to be making some super wraps for dinner. Super wraps on tap at 5 o'clock. I'm going to come up with some super stuff to put in them. I've got figured out well enough to keep this show going and stop these people from controlling our two-party system and controlling our country. Absolutely. That's what I do. Because I am Mr. Right. Thanks, everyone, for coming in. We'll see you again tomorrow.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. So good.